Okay. Hello. In me. In me. Um, quick test. How much do I actually need additional lighting in here? Because I don't have any lights on in my room, and it's dark, but it's like a comfy dark. So you guys are gonna be science real quick. Okay, that's dark as fuck. I need this light. That's enough. But how's everybody doing today? Apologies for being slightly late. I wasn't feeling great, so I was just kind of scrolling in bed until my alarm went off. And then, like, the moment my alarm went off, I've been scrolling my timeline on Twitter, and you know how there's been that recent, discussion about how, you know, let's say ads of certain natures are popping up and are causing more reputable advertisers to pull their shit. And also content of a certain nature is getting more popular. Well, yeah, like I'm getting literal just like fucking Nazi ads and shit. It's wild. What the Nazi shit there? Yeah, yeah, no, like full blown like it's crazy. Um, it's one of those jarring things. Like, wow, okay, that's my morning. I go to check the socials to see if anything's interesting happening in the world, and there's a paid Nazi post. Cool, 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 cool. Um, the other day, Sam Winkler pointed out, Sam Winkler, the ad writer for Gearbox stuff, he went off and his post got a lot of traction, but he pointed out they have like paid ads for fucking AI that people use explicitly for the purpose of revenge porn, which is legal. It's totally legal. It's not definitely not a crime in a lot of places. Like just that absolute shit fucking hell site. uh it's the worst. You know how blue check marks like defending it. It's absolutely wild. We live in such an interesting time. But yeah, how we doing, everybody? Nunu, Stump, J Bridge, Pericles, Mr. David Bolin. Overpaid not supposed to be compiled into a list and round the fuckers up for some jail time. But no, then you're infringing on their free speech. That's the defense they use. Apartheid was legal. That wasn't even two whole people ago, Pericles. That's the crazy thing. Like, what, like 2 years before I popped up? Still a thing? Like, it's not even two people ago. With things like that, it's really important to measure in number of people. That's Emerith. Heard so many positives about this game. It's so fun. Um, it's got that build crafting thing, I'm all about. Um, but it also does a lot to innovate on like the Souls like formula. And I think Souls likes as a genre, I think that's a formula that desperately needs innovation. I'm not saying it's struggling or anything, but it could very easily go the way of, Call of Duty, Assassin's Creed, the looter shooter genre as a whole, where it just stagnates. BR genre is another good one, where it'll be like this popular thing people like for X number of years, and then because nothing of significance changes, they just eventually people stop caring. You know, apartheid still happening in other places. Oh yeah, apartheid states definitely still exists in the world. It's just the ones that it's socially acceptable to label as apartheid states. Uh, have mostly gone the way of the dinosaur. It's like the mid 90s, early mid 90s. But they do still, in fact, exist. Human slavery is still legal in a lot of places. The world's a place. Certainly one of the places of all time. Um, so there's a weapon that I think I'm gonna go get today. I need to get the Anguish, which is a sidearm, and it's the latest like scavenger hunt item, kind of like acquiring the Archon class and the other two items in the back rooms, the gunfire security lanyard and the bisected ring. So I think one of those things requires a story playthrough reset.
She's just a girl and
Hey,
she's on
Macmillan.
fire. There you go, Quack.
Hey, Quag, how are you?
I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. Um, getting through it, you know? Getting through it. um, 2023 needs to fuck off, but like not yet. Not yet. I'm just looking forward to about 2 weeks. I get to take a nice vacation. It'd be great. Um, but thank you so much for the 33 months, McMillan. I appreciate it. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, happy Thanksgiving almost. um, do you want loadouts in BL4? I I don't think it would hurt. Like that's the kind of feature that as long as they put limitations on it, like you can't change your loadout in combat in Remnant 2. That works out fine. In Diablo 3, I don't remember if 4 has it, and I truly don't care. Um, Diablo 3, there's an item in town, like a cabinet you walk up to, and then that's where you can change your loadouts. Something like that would just help, right? There's no downsides. What do you think, Kevin? The message on your Discord group on my what? What what are we talking about? Hey, Pris. What outside the trinkets? No, no, stop. Stop it, please. My server. I mean, there's a lot of channels in my server. I don't check them all every day. If you didn't ping me, I didn't see it most likely. Art chat. Neat. I've been thinking about getting it's been an idea I've been kicking around for a couple years, but I want more tattoos done. It's just I don't know. Like I was living somewhere else when I got my last one, so I don't know any artists around here. And it's obviously a big trust thing. Also, yuck going outside. Okay, so I think I need to pull up how to get this fucking thing. Okay, Femito made a video. Lazy vouched for Femto, so I actually am already following them. Okay, I need to clear a campaign up to Root Earth. We doing some campaign today. Yeah, it's funny. Step one was just clear campaign up to Root Earth. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. The election isn't until 24. You already got my phone. That shit's like, we thought the 2020 cycle was stressful. This is something else, huh? Just, I can't believe this is a sentence I have to say. Do not write in Dwayne Johnson. Just, it's a thing I have to say. That's where we are. But think of all the Rock memes. Now, as soon as you said that, I heard the Vine boom and considered doing the eyebrow raise thing, but like, I got a little extra old man energy today, so I was able to resist. You smell what the prez is cooking. Uh, I should go on like, I can't say it wouldn't be funny. It's just, you know, the last two times we got a famous dude with no experience to run a country over here. Didn't go great. It did not go fantastic. I'm sure The Rock is less of an asshole than both of those guys, but like, still, probably just leave that to, you know, people who were qualified. Morning, Jester. Okay, my least favorite thing in this game is if an enemy is like in proximity to just a tear worth of water, just a drop of sweat, a single drop of gamer girl bathwater, you just can't light them on fire. And I happen to use a lot of things that want to light enemies on fire. Gets things done and or tells it like it is. He's not afraid to speak his mind.
This ain't good.
Please just let me have not Twisted Chantry, please. I would like to not have Twisted Chantry. I'm just Pete and I like jugs. It's, you know, I don't know the reference, but I imagine it's a bop. Pete Davidson, is that you? New law, everyone has to do the Rock's fitness routine. I think most people would literally die. And like, also, do we get his anabolics? That would at least make it like survivable. Pete Davidson made a spoof of the "I'm Just Ken" song from Barbie. That's what that was. Okay, yeah. I remember hearing about that. Yeah. Okay. How you doing today, Night Poker?
Here we go.
I still haven't seen Barbie. Gotta do that. It's on streaming, so probably watch it during my vacation. I might go see the. I finally started seeing ads for the Aquaman movie. I might go see it just because the previous Aquaman movie was so ridiculously bad that it like it was funny. So I enjoyed the experience but for like totally the wrong reasons.
Now I'm hearing music.
I kind of want to just get that again. Barbie was awesome. Barbie was fun. I've heard. I was gonna say only good things, but I've heard from people I care to listen to good things. So I'm just Pete spoof is actually pretty good. Haven't seen Barbie. What order do you think I should watch them?
This place gets
I'll probably wait to watch the Pete thing until I know the source material. But sometimes it can be funnier to do it in reverse. Like growing up, for whatever reason, um, a lot of the other kids I was around had parents that were like into Weird Al and stuff. So there's a lot of songs that the first time I heard a version of it, it was the Weird Al version, and then I would hear the original. Unique experience.
All right, let's do this.
I see the Marvels this weekend. First time back in theaters since 2020. Um, I might go see the Marvels if it's still in theaters in like a month. Probably won't be. Um, it's one of those things like I kind of want to see it just because the dude bros hate it. It probably is a shit movie, but it's probably not a shit movie for the reasons they say it's a shit movie, you know? So that makes me want to see it. Hey, Purple Panda. I heard it almost got a gun before Jamie's got a gun. It's a unique viewing or listening experience. Ones with music videos even better. I remember the days of White and Nerdy. By being contrarian, I shook. Listen. When else since the 80s, the stuff he's been spoofing the past 20 years is new to me. Um, that reminded me that I haven't seen the, there's that, dramatized biopic, right? Where, he's played by Daniel Radcliffe. I think Weird Al is cool. I think Daniel Radcliffe is cool, so I want to see that. So good? Cool. I like to hear that. Roku exclusive or something. It's some weird, yeah. It's not one of the big services. Was it an Apple thing? It's something like out of step. It's not like Netflix, Max, Hulu. It's not one of those. Also, I hate that I've instinctively actually started referring to Max as Max now, instead of continuing to call it HBO like I should. It's a Ouija board exclusive? Interesting. You know, what's with that one guy always getting typecast as the asshole music producer manager? I'm not sure who you mean, but I'm sure on site I'd be like, oh, yep. It baffles me that Max won the brand between those two. It makes absolutely no sense. Like,
That's it. For now.
it's the same number of letters. It's harder to distinguish between it and everything else now. Like, what do you mean? Game hard like Elden Ring or easier? Well, Elden Ring is a game that whether or not it's hard depends on who you're asking. So, like, games in this format can be made to be easy once you have a lot of knowledge of how they work. And you know what items are good, what items go with what, where they're found, all that stuff. So it's exactly the same as something like Elden Ring in that regard. I think of mine HBO Max and Cinemax. Yeah, they already did that. He was in NWA, a Big Fat Liar, Rock of Ages, kind of chubby, average height. I know of who you're talking about. I don't know the name. Fine, actually. I don't mind taking that hit. Cool.
I can't believe I killed that thing. I mean, would Clementine have even come?
Paul Giamatti, thank you. Fuck, that was gonna drive me crazy. Yeah, but he absolutely is typecast in that role. He does other things, but that's for some reason what he sticks as. No idea why. It's like that dude named Hector who's been playing gangbangers named Hector for like 30 years. He's had other roles, but Take a Paul in Sideways. I haven't seen Sideways in so long. I do not remember it. It's one of those things that was on in the background at some point while I was a teenager. I should run for president. As long as you run on policy. You do that crazy thing, absent from modern politics, of running to want to make people's lives better, rather than making people's lives worse. That'd be based. "30 days paid leave a year, he got my vote." Increase the amount of trade points to DLC. Yeah, the cap is 85 now, which does give you a lot more leeway with trait points. Something I've been vocal about for a while is 65 felt too low, but it's also dangerous to go too high because with Remnant 1, it kind of devalued the whole system. It just became grind until you have everything, and then it's no longer a feature of the game. Having to choose is important with skill trees and any equivalent. So I think 85 is a good spot. It feels good, anyway. Who else is absolutely killer actress? Doesn't get enough credit. Catherine Hahn. Absolutely right. Are they still doing that that Agatha show? They should. Just so we get more Catherine Hahn. She's great. That's the primaries. You're not capitalist enough, Nunu. They would absolutely not let you see the ballot. So much range. Just look down her IMDb and pick basically anything to be a good watch. I have a lot of respect for actors who manage to just always be the highlight of what they're in. It's a shame that that doesn't always mean that they get good gigs. Like, Michael Fassbender is one of those where he's always good, but he's not in any good movies. Like, I can say I enjoyed X-Men First Class and Days of Future Past. He was great in them, but like they're not good movies. He was in that Assassin's Creed live action with which at the time people were like, "Hey, it's not as bad as other video game adaptations." But, you know, it's still bad. Inglorious Bastards, that would be the exception. I kind of forgot he was in that. I stand corrected. He wasn't a good one. Do I hear two? What, you didn't like Prometheus? I love Prometheus for how it made so many more people aware of the absurdity of running away from something in a straight line. It's goated for that. 12 Years a Slave? Cool. So yeah, he was in good movies. I just didn't remember because he's in some notable blockbuster stinkers. Good for him. Did I see Shocker over there? Aha, I did. Get back here, Shocker.
Oh, glad that's over.
Using Kung Fury and Kung Fury 2. Really? Everything else, I'm like, oh yeah, I can picture that. I remember that. If nothing else, just like a frame. But that one, I'm like, really?
Get back here, Shocker! Shocker! You can't escape me! I'll chase you to the ends of the earth! I've never seen anything like this before.
Was Michael Fassbender in some movie where he did some full frontal and was impressive? I don't know of that, but it wouldn't surprise me. He's got BDE. A movie called The Snowman, super high budget production, makes no sense. What kind of movie is it? Sounds like it'd be a horror movie or something. Can I Google this at work? Thank you for testing. Testing? In this case, I guess? Thriller? This is Thriller. Prison movie in Ireland where he played a hunger striking prisoner. Good stuff. Oh. Sounds visceral. You did Jonah Hex. So. That was in that window where comic book movies still hadn't quite been figured out, right? Are the engineers canon since they made it scale off explosion damage bonuses? No, I haven't. I do remember that they did that. The impact cannon, the one they said was bad, right? People would never shut up about being bad. And I was like, but it's crowd control, that's good. They're like, no, it's bad. That one. I'm willing to try that. Maybe not this moment, but if you remind me after I'm, like, done with this whole anguish thing, Night Poker, I'll try it out. Ow. That hit me way harder than I expected. Oh, you have empathy? Fuck. That kind of changes my entire plan. Terrible dodge timing. You good, homie? Okay. It's actually super favorable for me. Okay. Hi, Sinju. How are you? They added a voice line for you to know what to do next here. That didn't used to be there, at least not at launch. A great bowl, we get it. You smoke weed. You guys see that whole thing that happened with Snoop where he was like, I'm quitting smoke. And everyone's like, oh no, the world is ending. But turns out, no, he was just debating everyone to sell smokeless fire pits. The internet's funny.
Get a load of this place. All right, Clementine. Yeah.
Been on the internet long enough to know what that tentacle monster was to do. Ah. Wants a hug. Do I win? Smoke! If Snoop quit weed, the economy would collapse, I think. Probably. This gun's so good. Also, these rings are incredibly overpowered, and I do not expect them to survive an update. They made it so this doesn't work anymore? Really? No way. Don't make me play the game as intended. That's so cringe. I guess you can't do this anymore. I don't know when they changed that. Could probably do it with something other than World's Edge. Just that seems like effort, and I don't want to put in effort, you know? So we're gonna be coming back up here a bit later. Okay, so like this is why I didn't think that this would work this way, but there's a dude who stands here after you get a certain thing elsewhere. He's not here, but he's here. That's funny. Any S tier shotgun builds? I mean, lots. Spore Bloom on Hunter Gunslinger is one of the highest DPS things in the game. I just enjoy any flavor of Spore Bloom usage as well. The Spark Shot, the shotgun I'm using right now, is incredibly good for like all kinds of builds. One of the new DLC items. The Bulldog is really good for dot builds. Poach Gun is a really fun sort of precision shotgun playstyle. Shotguns have been consistently good in Remnant. Say I don't remember the Spark Shot. Yeah, it's this one. Or Sparkfire, excuse me. It is unique in that it innately deals a fire dot. And it still has an open mod and mutator slot. Where normally that kind of thing would be just your mod. So you can apply 3 different dots per trigger pull with this gun. That's pretty unique. Oh, I thought I timed that better. I kind of forgot how hard these Labyrinth dudes hit. Like they are not weak. Respect them more. I should try the new DLC. That's a lot of fun. On your first run, it's not randomized. So that's useful for if you want to make sure you get as many of the items as possible. You can just have like their locations up and go through and have a good chance of, or it's not even a chance. You have a guaranteed possibility to get a large number of items. I forgot both of those exist, and I really shouldn't forget that. But yeah, your first run is not random. That's cool. That was a cool implementation. The word $24.99. Gotta get at least $1 out of my entertainment. Is it that much? I thought it was $10. Was it not $10? Maybe I'm misremembering. But yeah, it gives a new area, and it also, it's a new class, which that alone can be a lot of value for a lot of people. It does add new items to areas outside of the DLC as well. Is not $10? Oh, false memory there then. Yeah, for 25, that is a hefty price tag. I can say for what I like, it's worth it, but that is expensive. I do understand being a little bit hesitant there. Am I going this way? I don't need to be over here. Muscle memory, why are you making me do this? I look at it, this is gonna sound like a bad example, but let me cook. So you know how polarizing the Wonderlands DLCs were in terms of people like, oh, it's 20 minutes of content. Like, no. You got to look at the expansions to the existing game rather than this is the the number of minutes I spend running through the new map. Like a lot of the value is outside of just the new map. Yeah, the bundle includes the next 2 DLCs. Yeah, that's important. You save $5. Good savings. I can say I've been happy with the content they produced so far for the Remnant IP as a whole. So, you know, bundle makes sense for me. But obviously everyone else is going to have different perception of value, and that's fine. Wonderland's mirror over TPS Holodome. It's all perspective. Audio, new cocktail in Discord. Cool. This is one of those builds where it's optimal to play well, but not perfectly. It's like taking damage means I can just spam my relic more. I can just be real lazy about dodging. Gives me some nice deniability, where when I take a hit I'm not supposed to, I can be like, yeah, it was calculated. Like that one, that was totally calculated. I thought you were closer. Oopsie. Wasted one.
Okay, now that looks important.
I'm gonna have to briefly change weapons here. Where's the fuck? There it is. Yeah, that's fine. I really need to clean out my favorites and unfavorite things I haven't actually used in a while. It makes finding items that I'm thinking about the effect of but don't know the name of really difficult. Let's use you, it's fine. need to bother like putting anything on this one. Yeah, that'll be fine. Only 4 to 6K. I spend a lot on consumables. I play a lot of Alchemist, so I'm usually pretty poor. This game's gun design is almost as cool as Outriders for aesthetics. I really like how the mods you put on a gun modify the appearance. Like, this is what the rupture cannon looks like, but if I put, say, stasis beam on, it looks like that. But if I put let's go one that's notably different. If I put skewer on, then it looks like this. Changes to match the mod. Cool stuff. Oh yeah, for anyone who just joined us recently, I'm going through the story up till Root Earth, which is, you know, the end, but I need to go through a fresh playthrough to get an item that I'm after. Game's still on sale for an hour. It's my first time hearing anything to recommend. I can absolutely recommend. If you like build crafty games, if you like Souls-likes, if you like ability-based shooter gameplay, it's good at all that. Oh, taking more damage than I thought I would here.
Damn it.
Didn't I leave one on that block? That's why I'm still over here. I did. That's gonna hurt. I didn't plan well for this. Yeah. I'm not playing hardcore, I don't need to stress that. It's been a minute since I've done Labyrinth. Also not tanky right now, and I should be. Quite cubed. I kind of needed to hit that one. A little awkward. Wasn't confident that would work. But hey, sometimes you just try shit. That's in an order I need to not be in that order. I used to have this pattern memorized. I no longer do. And that's just bad aim. Yeah, I deserve that. Run it back. Fought the spots for the first time last night. Took quite a few tries. I really like it because it's one of those where it's like you have to do the thing it wants you to do. There's no other way through. You do the thing. And I like bosses that have a threshold of, you know, understanding required. I mean, that's what a boss fight should be. I like ones that can't be brute forced. There's definitely ways to make it easier. But I also don't mind being told no for a while. When you have a video game encounter that tells you to be better, that shit's cool. Oh, I'm dead. I don't remember this thing having this much stagger, but maybe I used to be better at the game. Ow. Okay, that one's just tragic. Maybe some terrain block in that one. Yeah, I have that much stagger reduction that's still stagger locks. They definitely changed that at some point. That used to be, like, tankable pretty easily. It ain't. Hey, Dudley, how you doing? I'm going through, to do Anguish, Dudley, and I totally forgot where I stand here. So, having to casually relearn Labyrinth Sentinel on the fly. Just waking up. I feel that. It'd be easier if I wasn't me in the aim department, you know? Oh, I'm so bad. I gotta get that one, but I gotta be greedier. Like that. Oh, I'm not gonna lie, I thought that was my last one. I gotta go back this way. Which one did I leave? Oh, you. That's very awkward. That's totally not how I normally do that, but... what did you have equipped? What did I have there? I don't know what I had on. Oh, yeah, I do. Was it you? Probably not. Doesn't matter. Imagine having a functional short-term memory when playing video games. Or a long-term memory. An attention span as well. Probably go a long way. I need to test Monarch more. Such a cool gun. Ain't so bad anymore. Learn the Master Portal key skip. I'll have to pick up that one. Disappointed you can't World's Edge the doors anymore. Sad. I can imagine having a memory. My name's Brian. Is it Brian Hands? Sorry, Pokemon joke. Not break their door anymore. World's Edge was unable to when I tried it like 20 minutes ago. Yeah, I forgot to re-up my concoctions supply, so I guess I won't have Mudtooth HP. That should have worked on third swing. Maybe I didn't do the 3 combo. Good info for next time. Unless they fix it again, maybe. I don't know. You probably know better than I do. Clementine! Okay, so game, you want to give me like Rotha Narud and Imposter Losum? That'd be sick. Leave me alone, I'm busy. Oh. Finish BG3? Yo, congrats. Yo, skip goes straight to the cube boss, skipping the mob defense boss. Is it the, Self Yeetus one? I hate Shahala.
A whole other world. How many of these are there? I'll find these segments, huh? Oh, Clementine and that talking ball of light hang out and meditate? Yeah, sure.
Shahala these nuts! Bow, 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 bow.
Clementine!
Appropriate.
This looks important.
So of course we got the slow version of Narud with the shitty boss, but oh well. I've really been slacking on my consumables. What am I doing?
Your presence creates new, interesting possibilities. I have many questions.
Okay. There'll be at least one new item on this world, so I'll have to make sure to actually do item pickups that are in my pack, but I'm not going to go out of my way. I also probably could get away with wearing lighter armor, but I just don't want to have to redo running places currently. New player, what advice can you suggest? Um, it's the same core skills you need for like any Souls-like, recognizing patterns and planning around them accordingly. Like if you know a boss has a particular attack pattern where they do, let's say, a small swing, a big swing, and then another big swing after a delay, well, you need to plan what you do around that. This is not, you know, a Borderlands where you stand there and face tank everything on every build by occasionally shooting something in the face. It's a lot of patterns.
Well, at least that's over.
So patience and willingness to repeat things, but repeat things in a gameplay sense, not in a, you know, stare at a loading screen sense. An engineer ASAP level 4 to 5. I don't know if I'd say that for a new player, Dudley. Reason being, if you're telling a new player to find something that organically they're never going to find until they're told about it, that being engineer, for the purpose of having them bypass learning how to survive in any other way, like you're helping, you know, hour 2 version of that person at the expense of hours 5 through 20 of that person. I don't know if I would agree with that. It's something that's good to eventually get. Yeah, it's just it even sounds like a shitpost. Like, okay, you know this area where there's this death fog that kills you if you stand out long enough? Okay, run out there. Run out there. I promise there's a class out there that makes you really tanky, and you just need to know where to look. Like, it's not a lie. But the kind of stuff I'd recommend for a new character, like a fresh run of someone who's played the game, is different than stuff I'd recommend for someone who hasn't played the game. Got to build up those fundamentals. Like, you see a lot of people who are part of the larger Remnant community as a whole, who are really drawn in by tank builds as a whole, particularly in the age of shared Crystal Heart and overcapped DR, stuff like that, who the moment they try to play any build that requires them to be able to do damage, they're like, this game is shit, it's balanced terrible, all the boss HP pools are overturned, or overtuned, excuse me. And it's because they don't know how to do damage, because they never learned that. And when they play a build that has damage, they don't know how to live, because they never learned how to dodge attacks. Or the value of individual survivability bonuses.
Okay, this is it.
Stuff like, as you mentioned, Fortify being insanely valuable. Well, there's a decent number of people who don't know Fortify from Bloodstream in terms of mitigation value. Bloodstream doesn't have mitigation value, but it has the word health in it. I don't know, not to harp on about it. It's just it's something that comes up over in the Borderlands community. Or new players like shortcuts, and then new players absolutely hate the result of those shortcuts. Am I going down here? This is not main dungeon, right? No. This is the launch thing. Oh no, this might actually be main dungeon. Oh, it is. Cool. Yeah, my attention span expires in the time it takes for an elevator to come when called. In the end, best advice is and always will be get good. I mean, you say that, but it's true. Yeah, you say that, and it sounds like a meme, but no, it's absolutely true. The addendum to that is that everyone gets good at their own pace, has their own preferences and what they use that is good, and that there's multiple answers to every question. So like patience, experimentation, expanding your overall game knowledge, all that stuff is part of getting good. And I say that as someone who's not like mechanically gifted in terms of playing video games. I just fucking a nerd, so I learn stuff so that I can do it that way. Obviously, you could be a god gamer and use a starter pistol, route out exactly how much scrap you need to buy ammo boxes to kill any enemy in the game, and then never upgrade, never take damage, no hit hardcore Apoc your first run. That's all technically possible, but I ain't good enough to do that, and neither are most people. Artery booster. Like artery? Get it? While carrying a heavy weapon, 10% damage and 10% crit chance. Oh, that's neat.
This isn't looking good.
Stagger level sucks. I don't like that. Learn to dodge is something I absolutely need to work on because Red Prince kicked my ass. Red Prince is a perfect example of there being multiple answers to a question, because while dodging can absolutely trivialize Red Prince, Red Prince also does not do much damage. He's frequently inflicting damage and has an arena that does area denial, which is pretty unique among bosses in the game. But like Red Prince does not have high outgoing damage. If you get high resists and just straight armor, you can tank him well enough to just lifesteal off of him and he can't ever kill you. That takes a lot of investment though, and knowing what kinds of damage you have to mitigate. So it's, instead of doing that mechanics check of, hey, dodge these attacks, you can just have the knowledge of how tanky you need to be. Multiple answers. He also doesn't have that much health and has a very accessible weak spot, so something like Hunter Gunslinger can burst him down before he does any attacks. So that's another answer. need to stop by the ward, get some consumables at some point. It's just a puzzle game waiting to be solved by build crafting. Well put. Well put. Completely agree. The dodging mumbo jumbo is just extra. The dodging's to flex, and everyone loves flexing. Oh. Like, he's in high damage one-shot weapons like the Widowmaker. Widowmaker's so cool. I don't know why people... Like, there's this weird take close to launch. People like, oh, the sniper rifle's not as good anymore. I'm like, what do you mean, though? It is. It's still really good. It's just in a game where we have crazy shit like the bows. But it's still good. Dodging's for flex, especially since they added Trapper effects. Yeah, Trapper is specifically like aimed at those people who do those really high skill boss melt videos where they just neutral dodge everything. It's for them because that modifier does nothing to them, but everyone else gets fucked. It's good design. Yeah, I'm confident that I can just face tank this. Maybe not if I time it that way, but... Why does this game's soundtrack go so consistently fucking crazy? It's just so good. Like, it's distractingly good, you know? Oh, I don't have kinship. I forgot. I don't have kinship. Entirely my fault. I bomb myself. Obvious skill issue. That still doesn't hit. I'm just trying to pipe bomb you without dying. It's very difficult. Ow. It wasn't worth it. Ouchies. Should've just dodged it. True. Yeah, it's a lot easier when you don't pipe bomb yourself in the fucking face. Going from cubes to balls. Say ball. Alchemist is just one of the best classes, isn't it? It absolutely is. Alchemist is my favorite class. I think Alchemist is like, if you're excluding stuff like the absurdity of Hunter combined with Gunslinger, or excluding things like one damage number values with things like Wormhole, I think Alchemist has a strong claim to being the, and you can't say best out of situation, but I'm using air quotes here, best class, because it boosts everything. Alchemist can make any playstyle better. Having 4 concoctions from Prime Perk is incredibly powerful. Yeah, it's essentially 2 more ring slots, if not more, depending on your choices. You get that resistance, you get that the status resistance, the blight resistance. You get that 1-minute buff every time you use a relic. That's easy to forget about. You get a global damage buff as your damage increasing perk that, unlike challengers, it's smaller than challengers, but it's not conditional upon range. You get a crit chance, just a neutral crit chance thing. You look at something like Handler or Archon, there's specific damage types they don't buff. Unless you use their skill slot for a global buff. Off other team members, yeah. Alchemist is just very, very flexible. Only reason I'm not playing it right now is because Medic for my relic spam makes a little more sense. But if I was willing to sit down at crystals more, Alchemist would just be better. I needed to take some damage to get a relic charge. Stuff like, yeah, back to the class discussion thing. Stuff like, Hunter and Gunslinger are very powerful, especially when combined with each other, but they're very limited in what kinds of playstyles they buff, especially Gunslinger. Hunter at least can be used to improve melee. That's kind of fun and spicy. But Gunslinger does not improve anything except for guns. There's lots of powerful things that people want to build around because they find them fun that are not guns. Being a generalist has a lot of value. Yeah, limited utility. Hunter's Mark for wall hacks. Yeah, Hunter's Mark was one of my favorite things in From the Ashes. I don't know why, I just... Like, it's equally valuable in Remnant 2. I just don't use it. Probably because, the opportunity cost of using a class slot for that is more than using a mod slot for that in the previous game. But the effect is just as good. Gunslinger can drop ammo boxes, I guess, but so can Ritualist. Obviously, Ritualist has its own problems, but... Okay, how crazy would this be? I need your take on this, Dudley. Should the, should Gunslinger's quick draw scale with, like, range damage I know that's probably very quickly going to be busted, but the way it is right now is just, it's never worth using. So would we rather have it be completely silly on the class that's already completely silly, or just continue to be useless? Hey, Hanyola. How you doing? Enjoying the Sparkfire? It's really enjoyable. I like that it's unique, and I mentioned this a couple streams ago. I really like powerful, unique things that are given a downside. And this one has a major downside in the fact that it has no fucking ammo. And that's a big deal. So it is the only thing that does what it does, but it is also one of the more ammo-hungry weapons. So you have to actually put in a little bit of thought unless you're a class that already has ammo mitigation. But, like, if you're not a gunslinger or ritualist, you do need to watch your ammo count, and that's cool. All shotguns have no ammo. In comparison to Sparkfire, they're still more sustainable.
What is this place?
Like, something like a Spore Bloom, you can slap on a Void Idol and then double your ammo supply. Functionally infinite. You never actually run out there unless you're avoiding ammo pickups. You can't do that on this gun unless you reload after every shot. Hey Coombs, how you doing? Strides Ford's shotgun. I am a bandit slut, so my perception of how to use that gun is probably warped by never using it without bandit. You have a point there. Should be scales off range or skill damage, whichever is higher. I've been trying to make a case for that. You can post in the Discord. I don't think it would be busted by getting both, to be honest, or by being just ranged. Because, like, the thing is, Gunslinger itself doesn't have any sources of skill damage, so any that you're getting, it's going to be from your gear or from your other class. And the thing about skill damage versus every other type of damage is you are extremely uptime limited. It's super easy to get good mod gen. Melee is always available, ranged is always available, status is always available, unless the enemy has an immunity. But, like, skill, you are hard capped by cooldowns, especially now that you can't get that 0% cooldown shit people were doing. Skill itself is inherently weak. Wouldn't mind both, but how does that work with mass? The same way rounds do. So, like, rounds, when applied to a gun, scale off mod stuff and range stuff. It'd just be that. As you dismantled my birthday, you're going on the list. I didn't do it! Really happy with how Sparkfire works. How did my Pyromancer build get like a 4.5k DPS? Nice. Multiplicative additive, I could see being pretty strong if it was multiplicative. It would still be pretty strong if the bonuses were going together additively, the ranged and skill. Because think about it this way, like Gunslinger has enough ranged to make that good, to make it viable. But Gunslinger still has its other skills that people are going to want to use if they have high range damage because their gun still does more. And their gun doesn't have a cooldown. Giving it skill damage as well could make it potentially burst harder than their guns, which would be of value. Skill's still pretty laughable though. It is. I don't think it would become like a thing people shift to over just shooting their gun, but it would let people do like hybrid builds. Like I would really want to do stuff like engineer gunslinger or ritualist gunslinger, where you alternate these high damage skills and one of them is not just worthless. Currently, quick draw is just worthless. Which is weird because it's easy to line up weak spots, so it's easy to benefit from weak spot formula. It always crits, so it's got that going for it. But then there's the weirdness with how skill damage stuff treats crits in some instances, and then there's the fact that it has terrible base damage. It's not elemental. The class it has doesn't have any skill damage boosts. Oh. Why's my stagger level so bad? I'm not used to that. Forgot to bring underwear. How did you forget to bring underwear? You just going dong out the whole trip now? I respect it. I'm just verifying. I brought the repairs. Okay, that's a very different sentence, Combs.
Holy hell.
You got my hopes up. I'm now disappointed in you. You built some expectations that you can't live up to. Never do that. I was bringing one for each day plus a spare for every 2 days. That's a good rule. Who died up here? Is that just drops? Okay. Couldn't count, you are a gamer. Game audio low on purpose. I actually forgot to turn it up. Thank you for reminding me. I had it low because I was shooting the Monarch, and that shit's so fucking loud that it was hurting me. Yeah, thank you.
I wonder what that is.
Okay, that's like too loud though. I gotta say, as much as I enjoy the sound design in this game, the sound mixing is fucking horrible. Guns are so loud. Also, Ring of Spears. Can't forget it.
The custodian has sealed our tomb. His ineffable calculus has
Ignorant to that stuff is almost a blessing because nothing bothers me unless it's obnoxiously bad. There's a couple things that are obnoxiously bad.
Ellipsis Torah might bring those who wish to see their creator face to metaphysics.
This mod right here, worst thing ever in terms of volume. It is absolutely horrific. Just a constant, like, crunching, grinding sound every half a second for 25 full seconds.
I only know it will not end well for the Brazier.
Works quite well. It's great. It's super powerful, and I love it thematically and in function. It is absolutely painful to listen to. mouse sound effects, we can hear music. Ow. Oh yeah, you're spiteful. That's why I can't tank that. Owie. Imagine having good spatial awareness. Would not be me. Yeah, I deserve that. It's still so loud. Do I really have to go sound effects on 10%? Like, it will. Tormented Heart moment. Yeah, Tormented Heart's fun. Say spread reduction's unnecessary for Sparkfire? Yeah, I would. Usually with Sparkfire, you just care that it hits. So, like, there's a pretty good argument for just having intentionally bad spread. I wasn't in range. Spatial awareness moment. Big spread with Bandit? Yeah. I'm bad. Ow. Deserve that. The reason I have bad spread on my Sparkfire is can't afford to have spread reduction in my build. I mean, it's not a problem though, because what does spread reduction do for you? Unless you're going specifically for like the range damage side of Sparkshot, then cool, yeah. Lets you get more of the shot on a weak spot. Other than that though, like what does it do for you positively? Yeah, you have a dot build, exactly. Ugh. Sometimes you have to get smacked around a bunch to build better habits. That's not real life advice. I'm talking about in video games. hate that that's not in range. Also, I have to pee. Yeah, alright. BRB. BRB. Okay, okay, I'm good. I'm back. I ran there, went, ran back. We good. Tiny bladder. Centuring non-crystal with Sparkfire is so good. I don't think... Yeah, I don't think Sparkfire should be targeted yet for a balance pass. Not until after Ritualist gets put where it's supposed to be. Then I think it probably needs to be looked at. Didn't wash hands? I no-handed it. Mistimed that just slightly. Learning issue. I think Regenerator needs to be buffed. I think it's just you, specifically because Regenerator is either a non-factor or absolute hell. It's like, making Regenerator stronger on, say, Mother Mine would be annoying as fuck. Make it stronger on, I don't know, something like Ravagers, whatever. Who cares? You do so much damage. I kind of forgot that Spiteful Astropath is like something to pay attention to. You get affected by bleed? Yeah, yeah. You can use bleed to mitigate all forms of boss healing. It's nice. You use Tormented Heart to pop the projectiles of the boss? Probably. Anything that you can pop with your gun, you should be able to with that. Oh, maybe not anything. Of course, when statuses get fixed, then we'll have to see how strong it really becomes. Yeah, because things like the duration increase granted by Ritualist, in a situation where it's not lowering your overall DPS, that could be really big on the Sparkfire because it's a naturally short dot. So in situations where you're like pew-pewing multiple targets down, that for whatever reason are strong enough, no, this is a hypothetical, strong enough to not die from one shot and then the ticks, having that extra duration on them could be relevant, especially in a situation where, again, this is in the context of Ritualist, so you have Vile just spreading it everywhere. Oh fuck yeah, spread it. I feel strong in Ritualist. Want to see what it's like post-fix. It's definitely strong right now, but I think that's because the stuff being used is strong, not because of Ritualist. Because Ritualist is currently directly making dots weaker. It's giving you more access to them in a multi-target scenario for things that don't already do that. And that's noteworthy. That's relevant. That's important. And the skills are fun and cool. But currently, everything about Ritualist is done better elsewhere, except for Vile. Vile is the thing that's real good about it currently. So if we get to the point where Affliction is a buff instead of a nerf, then I think that might have a positive effect on the rest of it. Mostly good because of Vile skills and Affliction's a nerf right now. Yeah. Like, the skills are interesting because Eruption scales up with density and has a massive coverage radius. So like that's really cool. Its damage is low in the skill department, but it's still better than something like Quick Draw. But Eruption plus Vile is just really good, reliable area clear because you just chip things down and then you Eruption, they all get hit because they all have dots, and then that spreads and hits everyone else. It's good. Miasma is really good for front loading your damage in an area. Again, pairs really well to Vile. And then Death Wish. Death Wish is weird. As a theory crafter, Death Wish bugs me because it can't be accurate. It's incapable of telling you accurate information on the card because Death Wish gets counted as your damage and as damage an ally's doing to you, but you're that ally, so you get a double dip of kinship. You get the friendly fire damage reduction that happens on friendly fire. You get your damage bonuses applied to it, including the bonus from Death Wish.
The anomaly was unlike any on record. Massive in scope, purposeful in its composition. It appeared
35% is too low for the negatives.
also intelligent in its design. Talratha warned the Seekers.
35% is a lot. The thing is, the negatives, attack dog is 20% for no dogs. Well, the negative is you're a handler. There's a lot of negatives for being a handler compared to every other class. Handler's OP, trust.
The fate of Nerud, of all Vizier, rests in me.
If you take kinship, which we could classify as a handler W if you want to, you take like 4% of your total health from Death Wish. Like 4. It doesn't even visibly move your health bar. Oh, we're in ad jail again. Yeah, give me a minute. Give me a minute. Hate Shahala. This boss sucks. That's fine. Whatever. Or that bug just visual swings, tooltip, skill attack, or elemental damage. Modifiers don't change the base damage. I don't know how, yeah, I don't know how miasma handles base damage increases. Maybe that's something we science at the dummy today. See if there's anything that'll visually affect it. But the thing with kinship is, kinship Death Wish, that's not a bug. It's just a byproduct of Death Wish being your damage being done to you. So kinship reduces friendly fire dealt and received separately. But because it's a multiplier, it's multiplicative with, you know, itself. Might be an unintended interaction, not a bug. I think unintended interaction is a more even-handed way of putting it. But one of the things that... Here, I'll switch to this real quick. I can switch back. So, like, Death Wish. Negates all healing to self. Drain 300% health over 20 seconds. Increases all damage by 35%. Grants 10% of base damage dealt as lifesteal. So because of this passive damage, the passive damage dealt by Death Wish does not lifesteal. Could you imagine if they let that one through the cracks? That would have been wild. But it gives you that 35% damage, which affects the damage Death Wish does because it counts as you doing damage. So for the same reason, Death Wish itself does more. You take less. The way to get around it would be if they could have some sort of just constant health drain effect that does not count as your damage, then that would stop both it getting stronger as you get stronger and kinship making it do nothing. The fix to Death Wish is to make it not the player's damage, and then they can do a lot of stuff with it, but... Is Death Wish worth over the other two skills, even as the level 10 skill lasts too short? I don't think it is worth. Just because Eruption is incredibly good area clear with very good uptime, and the combination of Miasma and Vile is just way too good in comparison. Miasma.
Unfortunate we could not meet face to face, but your locality and trajectory are fortuitous. I must gain access to
Spiteful.
where you are.
Fuck off.
All you need do is shut it down. I can accomplish the rest. This, and you will help save this world. I can reward you materially as well.
I deserve this. That was just sloppy. How the fuck do I do this again? Oh. Right. Bullshit. Okay, run it back. I was tormented, heart agreed. Gotta go back to work. Enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you for stopping by, guest. Maybe mod mage builds all damage. Yeah, it is all damage. I thought about the idea of doing it for like a Havoc form setup. And it would make sense if you want your damage to be from Havoc form, but like then you're entering a situation with, well, don't you just get more overall benefit for the build as a whole by being a summoner or an engineer there? Because then you have your pets doing stuff. Summoner still boosts skill damage while also boosting mod damage. NG boosts skill damage and crit chance and lets you have your turrets out and gives you that free fortify. It's like one of those, you could, but like it's way worse. Which, you can make that argument for lots of things. It's not necessarily a disqualifying situation. If for a bit, gotta go shopping. Sounds good. Is this in range? No. Sad. I guess I need movement speed. Good info. Did not prepare for this. Ugh. That was scary. Hey, Rip Brawl. How you doing? King Gambit, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome in, everybody. How'd your stream go? What'd you get up to? King Gambit is, my favorite Pokemon. If you don't know me, I'm Quag. I do, build crafty games. I like staring at skill trees and overthinking and optimizing in that department. Remnant Enjoyer. Excellent taste. Excellent taste. Currently, I'm going through Apoc campaign real quick. Not real quick, but just playing through it because I want to do the Anguish stuff. But I still want to like enjoy my gameplay. So we doing Apoc. I haven't done a playthrough with the status effect stuff yet, so it's cool to see how it fares. Alright, so guys, run a new character through Apocalypse. Rough journey. What'd you start with? What's the vibe? What's the build? Nothing to be sorry about. I appreciate you bringing your people over here. Always good to meet new people. What's wrong with what you said earlier, Dudley? I was trying Deathwish plus Rampage. Felt so bad once Deathwish ended in 20 seconds. Or should keep dots alive. It's just too strong a utility. Yeah, I think in a world where we had like re-nerf Devoured Loop, I think Deathwish would see a lot of value over there.
Real pretty. Yeah, I don't trust this place.
As it stands right now, it's competing for a very good slot, even with the other skills on the class. Was Devour Loop pre-nerf? It had no internal cooldown, so you could infinitely proc it. Like, even during the skill being active, you could just proc it. So it was actual potential 100% uptime. They fixed that. That's lame. They added an internal cooldown. It's still very good, but it's no longer like if you have something that forces a lot of instances of damage, like Havoc Form. You could use Havoc Form to cool down Havoc Form because you're hitting so many times. As long as you had good crit rate, it was just free. But now you can't really do that. Although I suppose if you're sitting in the form long enough, that one still works. That was just an example. I think moving it over to an amulet would have been a better choice. I don't know how I feel about that because amulet's a very high value slot. I think something with pros and cons like Devoured Loop inhabiting the ring slot puts it in a position where it's still good and you feel like you're compromising to use it, which I think keeps it in the intended spirit. That being an amulet slot would create a situation where the majority of your time, your amulet slot is just nerfing you. It's not helping you, and I think that runs counter to the balance of the amulet slot as a whole. Because remember, Devoured Loop does make you take more damage, and when you don't need a cooldown refresh, it's doing nothing for you. If anything, the Legacy Protocol amulet would be a bit better. Which one is that? Mr. Sean, how you doing? Decrease the skill cooldown by 20%, increase skill duration by 15. Oh, it's yeah, that's new. It's the skill version of the what is the lamer sensor? Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty good. Skill duration is a really good stat. And having skill cooldown as well. Like, skill cooldown on 20% is a huge amount. That's a really good amulet. Yeah. I forget to clap. I think I forgot to clap. I don't remember. ADHD moment. Dog buffs. Yeah, that's definitely something that makes that strat more attractive. Also better rampage uptime, better bullet storm uptime for people running that. Notably stuff like Hunter's Focus, what the fucking name of that thing is. That is incredibly potent, but with very, very, very bad uptime. Duration's great there. Melee builds really like their Juggernaut and Frenzy Dust uptime. Damage shields will probably take it over other amulets, but maybe there's a case to be made for it. If you're running a setup that's especially bad outside of its skill uptime, I think there's an argument for it. Like I mentioned with the melee stuff, having Juggernaut active more is probably worth that, provided you're not using that slot for like Matriarch's Insignia. Because stagger level, movement, speed, melee damage, like in those amounts, having that on more is worth. Especially because that's also only half of your skill uptime if you're, say, using Alchemist in the other slot for Frenzy Dust, Stone Mist. Like, something like this makes that worth. And not only is it increase of uptime, it's reduction of downtime. So I'd say that's a situation where it'd be pretty good. Something more conventional where you're just shooting a gun a lot, maybe not worth. Like the Rampage example, that's probably less worth for anything other than flavor and style.
Oh, this place gives me the creeps.
I guess the benchmark would be if the skill's effect is like if you have 50% uptime on your skills, and then that skill is twice the value of what you get from an amulet, then you break even. If the skill is more than twice the value, you profit. If the skill is less than twice the value, you suffer. So getting extra uptime on something like Death Wish, probably not great. Or Death Wish won't work skill duration? Really? I'll have to look into that. It's unfortunate. Yeah. Even then, 35%. 35% isn't more than double the value of an amulet slot. So, like... Yeah, Death Wish fighting an uphill battle there. perma attack dog and rampage would be fun. Yeah, that could be. I definitely see Challenger and Handler getting the most value out of... See, I can compliment Handler. I definitely see Challenger and Handler getting the most value out of that. Maybe if you're doing some weird NG stuff where you didn't run NG Prime perk and still wanted good turret uptime and didn't want to use your relic charges, so like a hypothetical that doesn't fucking exist, but let me cope.
Outsiders! Over there! Get 'em!
They are here! Get them!
Show 'em what you're made of! Kill the stranger!
Maybe something in the vein of Handler Archon for Dog and Chaos Gate uptime. Could be good with that. Alchemist, of course, yeah. Alchemist just stays winning. I saw someone saying that the extra 2 concoctions from the Brewmaster Amulet do not persist through death. And I hope they fix that. Sorry, Alchemist reminded me of that. Bro just fighting an aberration? What a legend. Why don't I get a health bar, though? There we go.
Can't escape my aim.
Bottom feeder. Where you eat ass one time and the nickname never leaves. Yeah, reverse of top heavy. Okay. It runs out of ammo, gains infinite ammo for 5 seconds. Can only happen once every 60 seconds. So is this infinite reserve ammo or infinite ammo? Busted one? This is infinite mag? Oh. Spore Bloom. Spore Bloom. Why would they... Dudley, why would they do that? Dudley, why would they do that? I'm holding you personally responsible for that. Also, I do need to go back and spend these now. Rapid shards. Next crystal, I'll do it. They've actually let us have our power fantasy on this one.
Kill 'em first!
Do we see that one staying through balance passes? Because that's crazy. Although they did just leave Hunter Gunslinger just untouched forever. Like, if you compare anything that's overperforming, if you want to, like, an easy way to just justify it to yourself, just remember that Hugs is still Hugs, and you win. Because then you can justify anything.
Trespasser! Kill him!
It's just a meme at this point. Don't feel like playing the game? Wanna win in 5 clicks? There you go, Hugs. It's the class for you. It's just not even fun to me anymore. I guess a non-gun equivalent would be just doing Firestorm stuff, right? Same energy.
Oh, this place looks bad. Real bad. Get the outsider!
Some dude said Hugs was best, and most people still think that because the initial reception. Well, see, the thing is, define best. Best with what? Best against what? Best for what? Hey, Sadistic Muffin, how you doing? Ow. Looked away for a second. I didn't know these guys could grab until it happened to me in the DLC, and I was like, huh? Join Remnant? Always. Always. Hope you're having an excellent day. Yeah, Hunter Challenger, I like Challenger much more than either Hunter or Gunslinger. It's more thematic, it's more interactive, it's more flexible. Challenger's W class design. Thanks, how are you? I'm going through an Apoc playthrough to do Anguish stuff. And my attention span does not exist, but that's the usual for me. So it's taking longer than it should. But I'm still getting to play Remnant. That's fine. I'm still running to Aberrations. I was supposed to go back to the ward. I forgot already. I'll do it at the other crystal. Right? I'll remember this time. Surely. I've grown and changed as a person since 5 seconds ago. Learned from my mistakes. I bought a ukulele. Hunter isn't thematic. Hunter having its whole identity is I gun makes it less unique because there's another class that's whole identity is I gun. Now Hunter does have support for melee, so I do find it a little more diverse in build potential than Gunslinger. It's just they cover so much of the same ground that I'm like, eh. More grind, more remnant. Oh no, yeah, such a bad problem to have. You'll get it next run, Muffin. Ooh, Whispering Marble, that's new. Oh yeah, that's this one. Yeah, I want this. Yeah, that's really good. that's really fucking good. This is one of those cases where small numbers will probably make some people think that this isn't crazy, but like, this is insane. That's actually ridiculous. Berserk reference. That's... Ugh. I mean, this amulet, this plus dry clearing is insane. Yeah, for sure. Now, I say this as a challenger apologist. That combination is probably good enough to just stop being challenger and switch to alchemist. If I wasn't doing this specific combination for debt trigger tormented heart stuff, then a more optimal setup would be alchemist primary, medic secondary, with those two combined. Until ritualist gets fixed, then you swap out medic for ritualist. Is Bulwark universally maxed at 5 stacks? To my knowledge, yes. Which is why Hardcore Metal Band is both fantastic and terrible. It's fantastic if you have no other sources of Bulwark. It's kind of terrible if you do. Where's my fucking... There it is. No. Which is built like 70% DR because that amulet. It's so incredibly good. Like, that effect was... That threw me. It's a non-conditional just... You have 3 Bulwark, which is already insane. The number of rings, different rings that have, hey, do this to get this Bulwark stack. I went the wrong way, didn't I? Do this to get this Bulwark stack. There's a lot of those. And just having no condition attached is already great. But then you also get that damage. Which is really, really fucking good. Ever found a way to get up there? I wonder if it's possible. There's probably, like, invisible walls, but maybe there's not because they're throwing projectiles down. If there is a way, it would probably be Rotted Arrow launching yourself at low FPS. If that still works. Unless they patch that out. 12% all damage with Dried Clearing, which gives another 12% all damage. It's really fucking good.
I don't like the looks of this.
Like, in all honesty, I'm playing carefully enough. I could throw on the combo, but I like Dead Trigger. Once they address the dot stuff, I'll probably be less obsessed with Detonation Trigger, Tormented Heart. Although, I'll be using Vial then. I don't know. Maybe it's Cope. Maybe I'm addicted. Glass Cannon mains are maulding. My preferred build archetype in these games has always been something that's at that, like, medium level of tank, where you're not all in on it, and you're still building for damage, but you're able to take a couple hits. That's where my fun is. You still gotta dodge the one-shot mechanics, but you can play imperfectly elsewhere. You too, Renzo? Yeah. I have a lot of respect for the people who play, light armor and just never get hit. And objectively, their DPS potential is gonna be higher because of it.
Check out that mural again.
Just as someone who is, easily distracted, I like a bit of a safety net. I still like having to respect important attacks. Why I rarely go full tank. Do 0 DPS and on the floor, that's true. Punish for face tanking, still interacting with the mechanics of the boss or whatever. Yeah. That's my light on. Do that accidentally so often. I forgot to get consumables again. Do I need them? I want to grab them before Annihilation, at least. Well, actually, do I even need to do them? No, I'd probably grab them before Venom. If I remember. No, I was supposed to go spend... Okay, at this crystal, at this one. This one.
Something's missing.
Helping a random co-op, some Hugs dude joins who's perma-knocked. Just ruining everyone's DPS. I can't imagine doing Hugs in this game, because, like, how many times do you run into people like that, or, like, Firestorm users who don't have kinship spect? Shit like that. People just clicking Enigma at mobs you're standing next to. Like, This is fun with the rework battery. I really like the battery rework. Yeah, it's cool. I mean, like the imprint.
Yet. Cure. No.
Spiteful. The real Spiteful run today. Has every boss had Spiteful for me today? least if you run Alchemist, you can give people mud rub. Oh, so when Dudley gives random people he met 5 minutes ago a mud rub, it's helpful and makes them survive. But when I give people a mud rub, that's not actually mud and unsanitary. Honestly. Wait, what? Oh, I forgot I'm supposed to go to the ward. I'm supposed to go to the ward. I was shitposting. I used my one brain cell to shitpost instead of remember what I was supposed to be doing. Firestorm knocking the whole team down and doing it again in the next 10 seconds. And also making sure they can't see. And also holding them in one place. And also killing anyone who doesn't have mud rub and kinship. I'm kind of tempted to mess around with Corrupted Rune Pistol. But I don't want to go through the effort of getting Rune Pistol back right now. Like, these two are going to be annoying to get the regular versions back, so I think I just grabbed this one because that's easy. Path of Least Resistance. Can't shoot Venom because I can't see him. I have terrible eyes, so I feel so seen by what you just said. Do I care about any more of these? Not really. Mutators kind of all suck. Maybe Executor won't suck once they fix dot duration. Copium.
Farewell.
Yeah, that was Spore Bloom's gonna be a good time. Looking forward to that. Like, how many times can you even shoot a Spore Bloom in 5 seconds? I want to find out. All the times. But I want more of those. I use those a lot.
Don't be a stranger.
Am I doing other stuff? Need Mudtooth.
Welcome. I can.
What else am I low on? Be good for now. Hey Viper, how you doing? Since I'm here, since I'm here, we gotta test a new toy. We gotta test a new toy. You're gonna like this one, Viper. You're gonna like this one.
Rabbit's got to polish his stuff.
It's gonna take me a while to deplete this ammo. Hang on. What can I deplete long gun ammo on the fastest? Sparkfire. Okay. I need to run out of ammo real quick. What's with the audio right now? Game? Game? Okay. Business Lady Radio. How are you? Okay, surely that's good. Get hungry but have no food, so ordered some food. Sounds good. Yeah, I just need more fire rate. I just need more fire rate. Whoa. That's so cool. I can't wait. I can't wait. Let's run with that later. So yeah, Viper. New mutator. New mutator. Bottom feeder. Which, yes, was your nickname in high school. Increases range damage for every percentage of reserve ammo missing. But when the weapon runs out of ammo, infinite ammo, and it's infinite mag. It's not infinite reserve, it's infinite mag. So you just have this full bonus. And then you just shoot a Spore Bloom as much as you want for 5 seconds without reloading. They did just nerf the fire rate of the Spore Bloom, though, did they? Still fire rate bonuses in the game. I'm not worried. Wonder what other weapons that goes crazy on. Probably funny on Twisted Arbalest. Not good, but funny.
Our remaining time. Soon all will be.
I'm not-
Resources are devoted.
I'm not trying to talk to you, man. It's an accident. Hey, Sybil.
This looks like Earth. Smell worse.
Recoroni, how you doing? Was that relic? I'm using the Tormented Heart. It's the one that does damage. I like it because it's got an innate use speed bonus. It has inherent lifesteal off that explosion. It's a very wide explosion that goes through walls. And because it's an explosion, applies detonation trigger. Yeah, the one you change Tranquil Heart for? Yeah. It's worth going back and doing the process again to have both. They're both very good.
Come on.
And else just stuff you need to spend all their money on dumb shit like Compulsive Desire to just buy the whole Amazon cart, you know. I don't usually experience that, but whenever I feel the slightest bit inconvenience, I want to buy nice food. So, I'm only an emotional spender for food.
Oh shit!
I'm going through something. I'll fight it. Don't want to spend on anything that improves something for my life. That's an understandable impulse. And honestly, there's worse vices to have. don't think that's that bad. Rouge? Dare you expect me to look at my screen when going through doors? Oh. Oh, that was outplayed. Where are you, Mini Venom? Are you late or am I early? I'm early. Yeah, I'll have to pay attention on actual Venom, but for now the brain is still off. The brain will come on when it needs to. After several deaths. Nothing if not self-aware. Have the money in the loosest sense of the phrase, really shouldn't be spending it willy-nilly, but yeah. Yeah, I get what you're saying. The problem is when you cannot afford the hit. Because that's how people end up in, like, debt and stuff. It's just occurring to me, I don't think I had to clear this much of Root Earth, but, well, I'm here. After this boss, I'll check the steps for Anguish and start working on that.
Oh, that's odd.
Ow. Whoopsie. Ouch. Music on that boss still goes just That's probably still my favorite.
It's over.
Alright, this is a full crystal, right? Cool. Alright, what even do I actually need to do here? Real adventure mode, have an ethereal manor in a low-sum fire dungeon. Get grabbed in it, and liquid escape, and then travel to Ward 13 and can't die from that point. Okay, then it's the Dren in Ward 13. And it's the Dren in Red Throne. It's the one over the big portal in the Labyrinth. Forgotten Prison Talratha spawn. Is that one at the beginning part of Forgotten Prison, or is it in the boss room part? I don't know. Probably shouldn't have done this adventure on Apoc, but or this campaign. But live dangerously. I gotta pee again. Be right back. That's such a good boy. He's just sitting there. He's the goodest boy. Okay, oh, I still have that on. That's why my damage was. I wanted it on for this section, so it works out. Probably worth using the Thane for this as well, but although that doesn't prevent death, it revives you, right? Yeah. Okay, steps open for how to do a thing. Okay, now I need to reroll adventure, get the ethereal manor in a fire dungeon in Losum. I don't think it matters which Losum I do. I'll do the regular one. bloody amulet? No, anguish.
Here they come. All together for the Dran!
No outsiders here!
I just love that debt trigger works on that. It's so silly.
Trespassers, stop them!
Stand together! Come on!
To me, Dran! Outsiders aren't welcome here! Defend our own! Outsider!
I think I can turn the volume up a little bit. It's still so loud.
That was rough.
Like I said earlier, sound mixing is not one of the things this game does well. Sound design? Yeah. Sound mixing? No. Do I just reset because I got a sewer? And I still get a fire map and a side dungeon. I should still be able to get a fire side dungeon, right?
What is that smell?
Here they come!
Oh, damn it.
The flame comes for you!
They're here! Now's the time! That's it.
Found them!
Trespasser! Kill him! Look out!
Imagine it's very difficult. Oh, for sure. Clarify, it's not something I'm saying I could do better. Just something that I'm noticing
They're here!
I've seen done well elsewhere in the industry, and this is not one of the places.
Outsiders! Kill him!
Here they come!
We'll stop you now! It's over.
Not just games have a problem with it. Yeah, that's true. Not Ellie resist? Surely this is a gift. Making Tormented Heart weak spot is just funny. With pulled chicken and hash brown rolls. Ooh. That sounds really good.
You scrapped with the wrong guy. Woo!
Is good come over? Okay, we'll do. Should sit, not gonna. Bit of salad. Right in front of my salad.
Who's that? Get up! Over there!
Outsiders! Kill 'em!
Surround 'em! Watch out! They're here!
Oh. I didn't think that one had a line of sight on me.
Attack them! Stand together!
Godfall's 75% off sale till 20th of November. W. Really enjoyable game to grab for anyone who hasn't tried it. Third-person melee action game. One of the best build crafting in the industry. A looter loot system that actually doesn't fucking suck.
Ah, shit. What was that?
Intruders!
Sorry.
Let's get 'em!
Come on!
Trespassers here!
Everything's shifted around us.
Tired.
Outsiders aren't welcome here!
And make your challenger skill apply burn. Debt trigger. Wellspring and Juggernaut activations are explosions for the purposes of detonation trigger. That's why I'm using them. That's explosive? Sure does. Hilarious, and I love it for that. It's so absurd. There's some things that you're like, huh? Another thing like that is when the Monarch like activates after you've dealt enough damage, the ground punch you do from that is also explosive. The lightning bolts aren't, but the ground punch is. It's so silly now that I know I can't get over it. I love it. It's the funniest shit to me. So I use it. I'm sure there's other weird things like that that count for debt trigger that I've not tested. Some stuff that I can confirm doesn't is Summoner Sacrifice is not. Rotted Arrow is not. What other stuff do you think maybe? Eruption is not. For obvious reasons. Even though it says explosion. For obvious reasons, Eruption is not. I can't remember, but I think transitioning from Rampage to Berserk might be. I don't recall offhand. Summoner Sacrifice, not explosive damage. Yep. Don't know why, but detonation trigger seems to be very specific in that it's like, hey, it has to not be able to apply another dot unless your name is Pipe Bomb. Be non-elemental, and then also has to be one of these arbitrarily specific things from within that list that I picked. Like, oh, okay. Cool. Where are you? I see you. Get down here. You didn't find out about Challenger Wells from being explosive. I was doing a Tormented Heart setup that had Challenger, and I noticed it being applied by my skill. When activating Juggernaut. So then I was like, hey, I wonder if Wellspring worked, and it did.
Outsiders! Blast them! Come on.
They're coming at me!
I don't like the looks of this place.
Okay, bye. Okay. It even crit on that one.
Holy hell! Damn it! Attack the intruders!
Later. Have a good one, Viper. Thanks for stopping by. I always forget to actually do Hunter's alt kill first. Imagine remembering to do things. Couldn't be me.
Bag's full.
I know I need to reset this adventure, and I should have reset it like 20 minutes ago, but playing the game is fun too.
Here they come.
Unironically, maybe I just go do Annihilation for fun. And finish up the Anguish stuff tomorrow.
Outsiders here!
Maybe. I don't know. We see.
Don't let them escape!
Maybe this is the fire map I need. It actually looks like it might be. Hopium? What looking for? Ethereal Manor. Trying to get Anguish? Yeah.
This looks bad. Okay, this is it.
Target practice.
Oh.
Get the outsider!
I'm also getting too used to Red Ring of Death. It's just too good. The individual impact that both Red Ring of Death and Band of the Fanatic have on status is like massive, and you can just run both. It's a bit silly.
You won't get past me! Get him, friend! I smell fear!
Like these aberrations real quick, and then go back to what I was supposed to be doing. Issues doesn't apply Firestorm's dot twice for a reason. Poor Firestorm. I'm so sad for Firestorm. Why can't Firestorm catch a W? It's been so unfairly treated.
They're coming at me!
Like I want to use the ring, just so bad in my build. Okay, hear me out, hear me out. Just use Tremor. It should work on Tremor with Death Trigger. And there you go. Ignore the part where you just do less damage. You have more respect from people by being co-op friendly. As much as I do have that contempt for Firestorm, it should work properly. Bug fixes are good. Making things work as advertised is good. Some things are that simple. Count on one hand how often I killed someone with Firestorm. See, that's because you're a considerate kinship user, I assume. Well, you use kinship out of self-preservation, if nothing else. Did I not get the manor tile in this. Where would it be? It's not, like, over there, is it? Is it actually? Am I just blind? Maybe. Geez, can ship because our environments are often multiplayer. Yeah. For a while, I had kinship on like every setup because I really enjoy Starshot.
More outsiders!
Even with kinship, I can kill people very easily. Yeah, yeah. So it requires that both you and they run kinship. And then they also need fire resist. And maybe also fitness so that they can roll out of the suck. Just very careful. Hmm. Hmm.
Oh, great, more bad
A firestorm user with restraint? Hmm. I'm sure it's possible. I'm just giving you a hard time. If people with my shotgun more than firestorm, see that I can relate to. Okay, so what's the tile for the manor look like? I've been there one, but I don't remember. I don't think I have it on this map, so I'm gonna go back to Ward and reset. But what'll I be looking out for? You don't have at least in this one. Yeah. It's a house that's out of place in these dungeons. Okay. I've decided that it's bottom feeder time. Time to feed some bottoms. Got any bottom feeders in the chat? I'm a weird dude. They're a new Spore Bloom bottom feeder build. All Spore Bloom bottom feeder builds are new to me. It's not something I've messed around with yet. Do I go spread here? I don't think I do. Like, it's gonna be weird not having a dot applied by my main weapon after all the shit I've been doing lately. I guess I want fire rate, but is that worth a ring slot? I kind of doubt. I'm gonna need fire rate from somewhere, though. Donkin. Guess I could just go more reload speed for now. Although... Frivolous Spam would be good if I perfect evade. Hard playering always good. Go... what's the... It's not bad, but... what's the name of the thing that I'm thinking of? It'll drive me crazy. Somewhere in my favorites. Oh, it's not you. Something that looks like you. There it is. Propulsion loop. Up to 15% fire rate. We got the Ring of Infinite Damage. Even more fire rate. It's a meme I have no damage on. But it's gonna be funny. I can go with Void Idol. It'll kind of inhibit my ability to have no ammo. Let's do Gunslinger's Charm. That works. And I will go with tighter spread here. Will I? Yeah. Ammo pickups could be interesting here. Rather than, ammo supply. We'll see. We'll see what happens. No, Glutton's weird, but kind of makes sense here. I like Force Swiftness at the breakpoint. Cool. Would probably be worth having like an actually good secondary here. What if I just didn't do that, you know? It'll be thematic. Not saying Sawed Off isn't good. It is. Double barrel, whatever it's called in this game. Do I need to apply bleed? Not really. Yeah, it's fine for now. I've seen Hot Shot is doing 630 plus damage. I mean, 350 plus damage. Firestorm did 630 plus. Yeah, that's a lot of damage. Weird build sadly got nerfed very hard. I'm sure the impact was felt. But I think it's also worth mentioning that it's far from the first time we've seen a fire rate nerf reduce the theoretical DPS and practical DPS of something that's still amazing post change. And people lose their minds and refuse to admit that it's still like good. Other example being Nightfall.
Real pretty. Yeah.
I'm sure it is noticeably weaker in this case because reducing the fire rate in such a short window of time, it's more impact. But I'm also sure that there's people out there exaggerating, saying, "Oh, you just can't do it anymore." Like, oh, you're still shooting a Spore Bloom way more than you could before. Reload speed also got nerfed. Let's see how it feels. Obviously, I'm using a lot of reload speed, but
Okay, this is it.
owie, 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 ow, owie. I don't have anything in my load up for this. Owie. Owie. It's fine, it's calculated. He's in a Hunter Gunslinger version, seems fine with Challenger Gunslinger though. Not Hunter Gunslinger players having a simplistic view of the game due to using the most simple thing you possibly could. No way.
Shit.
I'm very squishy right now though. I don't like it.
This looks important.
That one's looking great. Let me cook. I have like no range damage on my accessories. So outside of Rampage, I kind of expect my damage to be bad.
Okay, this is it.
Oh no, that was still pretty good burst damage. I just gotta limit my pickups. I can get that boost when I want it. An interesting gameplay loop. On my last shot now. Oh, cooldown. Right, it's still on cooldown. 15 more seconds. Is that what that is? Look. Yeah. Okay, just gotta keep an eye on that. That actually works out nicely, because that gives me time to, dump my ammo again. Reducing ammo reserves could be funny here. Still check this. Just check side dungeons. I remember the logic for that. Can't be from Fedor's, can it? Maybe it fucking can. I don't know. Why am I Prime Challenger right now? Maybe Prime Gunslinger? There's also always the case. Again, you know what I'm gonna say already. If you've been here for any length of time, I could run Alchemist, because Alchemist Frenzy Dust is fire rate.
This ain't good.
I need to be high on drugs and you could be high on life. Wasn't that game not very good? What game? High on life. One day I'll be able to aim. One day. Just, I can't do it when people are watching, you know? Opium. Yeah, with Morty VA is gone. Yeah, that one. On Life High. When I watch, it's a good game. People complain about it being annoying.
Yeah, I don't know if I could play or consume any form of entertainment where like I'm just annoyed the whole time.
Because isn't that the opposite of enjoyment? Use a lot of Rick and Morty type humor. Yeah, I probably wouldn't love it.
Come on.
You'll be dead soon.
sides. Damn. This ain't good. Got you in my sight.
Where even are you, bro? There you are. Need a little more effective range. Why's my double barrel slapping so hard? And this is like, it's fine. I guess that'd be twisting wounds, huh?
Intruder! There! Get in!
See, the crater got cleared to charge. It wasn't that. So the case was dropped, but like. Let's just call it closer to an OJ situation, where it is still very apparent that wrongdoing occurred. Just the system chose not to pursue.
Don't let them past us! Come on.
Oh, I wasn't counting my shots. Okay, what's the most efficient way to get one bullet back? Would it be having... Oh, I got an idea. I got an idea. I need to kill these so I can look at my inventory.
Shit.
I shouldn't have picked up that. One more of you somewhere. Who's aggro? Oh, it's two of you. The twos of you. Two yous? Name of this thing. Transference. 5%.
I'm glad that's over.
Okay, so the idea here is, I can just do one World's Edge swing. That should give me back one bullet. Will grab me.
They're here! Get them!
Attack the intruders!
Two bullets. Two. Okay. That still works. Ow. Okay, Firebomb, dude, you're annoying. You're extra. You were not invited. Go away. So I think the way to do this is kind of set up. I think it's to line up 3 windows. So like I do a bullet storm window followed by a bottom feeder followed by rampage,
Trespasser! Kill him! Shit, more ammo.
and then that should cycle back around cleanly enough to where I have enough ammo to get myself through to the next one.
Together, Dran!
Love how much more of those common, how much more common those guys are now. Yeah, it's really nice. I'm not feeling punished for not having farmed the event.
I'll blow you to pieces!
Ow. That's just the side dungeon. Okay. So, bottom feeder's back now. I would bottom feeder. Bullet storm. Rampage, and then by the time that rampage is done, bottom feeder's back. That's the kind of loop where if running Sapphire Dreamstone or Devoured loop, I could, with good input and RNG, I could make that a stable loop. It'd be kind of fun. The kind of thing I could do a controlled test of pretty easily as well. Use target dummies for that. Where am I even running to? Not the right way. I suppose Provisioners has some potential use on this setup because it'll move my ammo for me. I'm holding my other gun. I wouldn't need reload speed if I did that. But Gunslinger's Charm is also fire rate. And I do like the fire rate for bottom feeder windows. What other cool bottom feeder tech is there?
Kill the stranger!
I thought about Twisted Arbalest, and it's just not really good enough for that to mean anything.
Shit. Outsiders! Get him!
Maybe enough fire rate on like a repulsor could be okay. Crossbow, that's a good thought. Oh, Widowmaker as well. Love the Widowmaker. Someone's probably done it with Royal Hunting Bow. And rounds. Someone's definitely done it with Crescent Moon. And Sagittarius sucks, so. Yeah, there's that. Crossbow's a good thought. I like that idea. Because then I wouldn't need to worry about spread as much. Range increases.
They've come for us! Kill them first! There they are! all be in pieces when I'm empty. I'll carve your heart out, stranger.
Do I need... Oh, I don't have Gunslinger Prime perk. Right. Okay. So I do need to
Here they are! Get 'em!
refund the bullet first.
I've hunted worse than you.
We won't die back.
Right.
Kill us
Okay.
all! Kill 'em first!
Can't escape my aim. Shit. I got you in my sights.
If I rate a crossbow, it's more akin to pre-nerf Spore Bloom for bottom feeder. I did not get to experience pre-nerf Spore Bloom because I only got bottom feeder today. I intentionally kept myself sort of outside of the loop of what's available, and I like arriving at conclusions on my own.
What?
But frankly, I'm just glad that
Trespassers spotted!
Spore Bloom got some time in the sun.
Nothing left.
Because it's a great gun that, for some reason, people like to pretend isn't a great gun. Referring to pre-DLC for that timeline.
Together and fight! Outsiders here!
Don't let them escape!
Fran! Stop the outsiders! That's it.
Replace Shocker on World's Edge, not seeing the procs. I'm currently running
The flame
Transference, so that a World's Edge hit will give me 2 shots on my Spore Bloom back, allowing me to keep myself at low ammo for
This one has
bottom feeder very easily. Oh, hi. For cooldown for bottom feeder? Yeah, it goes on cooldown for a minute.
Glad that's over.
5 seconds of uptime, a minute of downtime. feel like Rampage is killing the DPS potential. Yeah, and that Rampage proc absolutely did. Having Flashcaster would help there. Which I might look into. I'd probably get away with dropping Swiftness and some handling. And not having Glutton is weird. Footwork's probably more efficient than Swiftness here. I guess I'll just take partial handling. Try this. That was a good window. Hey, K6, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. How'd stream go? What you get up to? I'm killing whatever this thing is. Those of you who don't know me, hi, I'm Quag. I do build crafty games and stuff and things, and Remnant 2 is awesome. It's like a Dark Souls game with guns and almost Borderlands-ish build crafting. pretty cool. Indeed, quite the banger. They recently released their first DLC, and it's a little expensive, but it is. I've been getting my money's worth. Added a new class, all about status effect stuff. So if you ever wanted to see a bunch of damage numbers pop out of a guy, and then that guy dies, and then a guy in the next room gets all those damage numbers, and you're sitting there doing jazz hands to make them all explode more. That's Ritualist. Currently, I'm messing around sciencing some shotgun stuff. New class? Yeah, new class, the Ritualist. I'm not playing as it right now, but it is new and it is cool. Hope everyone's having a fantastic day today. It got even darker than it was earlier, so I should probably turn an actual light on. But
I don't like the look
it's intimate like this. Just me and the homies in the dark, touching questionable blobs in the sewer. Okay, maybe it's not better this way. Definitely gonna have to tell the girlfriend or best buddy we went through the base game with about this. It's super cool. The DLC is an interesting thing they did with it is the new, like the first time you do a run of the new area, there's no RNG to what tiles and stuff you get, so it ensures that everyone has the ability to experience like a certain amount of it on their first run, and I think that's pretty neat. And then further runs after that randomize, and the new maps are shuffled into the base game version of low sum. Lovely, appreciate that a lot. Me too, me too. It can feel really bad to just kind of want one specific dungeon that never pops up.
Maybe I should check out that.
That was a good countermeasure to that. But yeah, it added a few new accessories and things of that nature to non-DLC areas even. You got the new class, new melee weapons, couple new guns, lots more secrets to find. So it's been a great time thus far. Ow. Stay on one, because that's where my damage is. Fashion, the end game of all franchises with multiple armors. Yeah, it's... My helmet is a compromise for fashion here. I do not like the fit overall. Oh, without spoiling it, how obvious is it to find Ritualist? Did a quick run through, the one shot didn't find it. I did not find it on my first run either. It's not terribly obvious. It's you don't have to do anything convoluted, but to get into the area where it's found, it is off the beaten path. Someone had to tell me about it, because I had completed my first run through, and there was like a side dungeon entrance I never found, and I never found Ritualist on my first run. I'm very skeptical of my damage going into this fight. Maybe I don't need Ring of Infinite damage. Maybe I can afford a little less fire rate. We'll go Departed for global damage. That's like my only spread reduction because I don't have full handling. Let's see how this goes.
Seems like something's missing.
Gonna take another peek. Excited to pair them up with my Challenger. Fun Merciless build. Challenger Alchemist has been a combo I've really had trouble not using. Like, stepping away from, I guess Alchemist Challenger would be more accurate. Alchemist Challenger is like, it's legit. I really enjoyed Corrupted Merciless. I don't know how recently you've played, but around Halloween they did a Halloween event and a patch that introduced a bunch of new mutators and corrupted versions of a couple of existing weapons that you have to farm up a resource for to turn your version into the corrupted version, but then you can go separately get the original one back. So there's Corrupted Merciless, Corrupted Deceit, Corrupted Aphelion, Corrupted Rune Pistol, and Corrupted Meridian. And they're all, like, reminiscent of the original version, but behave differently. Need to get back into Remnant 2, only spent a couple hours, and it's one of those things that, when it came out, is the only thing I played for like a month. Really, really consumed my free time. Fun to play it by yourself, fun to play with friends, fun to just go discover secrets, fun to do the build crafting. The boss fights are cool, the music's incredible. It's super interesting stuff. Currently, what's class of the doggo? Handler engineer till I get summoner. I'm a big fan of summoner. I need to play more summoner. Swish, Corrupted Merciless kept the bleed aspect. Yeah, you have to have the mod on for the bleed aspect. Which makes it kind of a element shifted single target savior.
Curiosity. Now having trouble. The most violent, but it's just a mouse. I am fearing the Almighty. Tremble and fall.
Oracle, I worked and set it back a bit. Sounds good. Chat, if you guys don't already know K6, I'm sure almost all of you do. But, one-stop shop for Borderlands content in particular. Also has excellent taste in other games. The fellow Hades enjoyer. All around very chill dude. Perfect example of that, like, you can be a larger creator and still build a really nice community and be a pleasure to interact with. Which I feel like that's something people need to be reassured of these days. The whole, large creators can be good people too. Ouchie. Oh, not having Glutton's so painful here. I'd like to turn on my relic effects. Oh. could have been timed better. Quite used to not get along too. It's because I never took the time to fucking talk to you, man. That was on me. Entirely on me. Probably should have died there, but I'll take it. As hard as it too. Strong personality clash, text overtone. There's a bunch of factors. I don't blame you for a second. Oh, it's so awkward. Okay. That was scary. I thought one of the swords was behind me. Like that. It wasn't though. Oof. Hey, Zipnap, how you doing? You know, Hatterax is named after a raid boss. I have the Hatterax theme in my and I was gonna say in my video game music playlist, but I have a bunch of video game music playlists. That one in particular is a memorable one. Cat. The cat. You definitely can't see him because of how dark it is in here. But it's a cat. Hey, I want to try crossbow. Actually, I need to address the crescent moon shaped elephant in the room. This thing does the thing with the thing. I don't like that. Kind of rebrand for BL3 and the DLC drop. Came across boss, was like, yeah, I love that. Friend introduced me to that bow, and I loved it for the idea of my Remnant 2 character. This bow is just incredibly powerful. It's one of those cases where the stars aligned. If they gave an item with high damage a crazy effect and like no downsides, like the game kind of presents itself in a way where it's like, hey, it's a bow, it's got some downsides, you gotta be precise. You don't actually. And it looks gorgeous, yeah. Call me old-fashioned, still use the Bulldog. The Bulldog's great. I enjoy the Bulldog. It's one of those things that just feels reliable. Okay, so I need to actually run out the ammo on this thing. I forgot. It's gonna be an awkward test. Okay. What runs out the ammo faster? Repulsor probably does. Repulsor's a reload versus... Yeah, it's faster. Alright, I need to dump my ammo here. How you doing, cat? What's this game remind me of Outriders? There's a lot of overlap. If you like the sort of like gunplay combined with abilities sort of thing in Outriders, you can scratch that itch here. Definitely. This faster. This will be slightly faster. I'm testing out how a certain weapon mod and a certain weapon mutator interact. It requires me being at low ammo with a weapon it's very hard to have low ammo with in a controlled scenario. That's what I was afraid of. That's exactly what I was afraid of. it, you know, fair, balanced, normal. Normal bow behavior. That's just funny. I enjoy that. How do we best take advantage of the mechanics of such a thing? I almost feel like Invader wins over Gunslinger there. Because then I get the nifty wormhole teleport. And then my per shot damage goes up as long as I space them out. Enables me to do... of hearing normal bow behavior followed by chuckles and a grin always means good times are coming. I need to run out my ammo again. Oh, I'm infinite reserves now. Yeah, it's like a Gunzerk sort of ability for you Salvador fans out there. Not the dual wield, but like the being very angry and that somehow making you gun better. That's present here. Okay. To actually run out my ammo. Too angry to be bad at shooting. Yeah, staying at low ammo with Crescent Moon would be the most difficult aspect. What if I just... normal bow behavior. That's cool. The question is which class I want to do. For anyone who still wants to know more stuff about this game, there's 11 classes. You unlock them in different ways. You can have 2 active at once. Whichever one you have active in your primary slot will give you an additional perk and will give you some free investment into some traits, which think of traits as like your skill tree. And your class is independent of your skill tree. You get 85 trait points as of the new patch. And they can be everything from, you know, cast speed of your abilities to damage reduction to movement speed, the healing efficiency, all sorts of cool stuff. There's a lot of depth to just your equip load in this game as well. 4 ring slots, amulet slot, melee weapon, long gun, sidearm, your relic, which can do everything from heal to reduce your cooldowns to damage enemies, your armor. They recently added a loadout system, and you got 8 loadout slots. You just quick swap to another build you have, as long as you're not in combat. That's something that I want in Borderlands games. Chili, let's see some Remnant. Nice. Currently cooking. I'm theory crafting how I want to do this bow build concept. Definitely want to be Challenger over here. But the question is if I want to be Invader, do I want to be Hunter, do I want to be Alchemist? I can maybe get away with going Primary Alchemist. Are there any concoctions that give a reload speed? Does this one? No. Not quite. Alchemist has fire rate though. Okay, so let's go good old Alchemist Challenger, because I am original and I have original thoughts and I don't do the same thing on every build. Right? Just see loadouts? Yeah, they added loadouts about a month ago at RX. They added loadouts. As of the DLC, trait points cap out at 85 now, so you get a little more flexibility there too. But you got 8 loadout slot and the most recent slot. And it swaps over everything. Your trait points, your equip slots, all of it. I need to confirm something. Moonlight Barrage. Any reason for me to go Amplitude of Resonance here? That's fire and reload speed. Okay, I want Resonance because you always take Resonance on Challenger. Regrowth Triage Core is too good for survivability. Always take Vigor. I don't need Siphoner as much here because my gun already kind of does that for me. I just take Barkskin and I don't see much point in doing 2 Swiftness, but kind of hard pressed to find the value anywhere else, since I don't need handling anymore. Yeah, I'll just go Recovery. That's impactful for 2. Okay, so I've got that set up that way. I could probably just use Enigma. But no, having something reliable there works for me too. That was gonna be hella news to my buddy. He loves having multiple builds for if he's playing his characters with us or alone, but he hated the hassle. It's really annoying to have to switch, especially if you're doing something weird build-wise. Like, let's say you're doing a build that is entirely elemental damage, and you go up against a boss that has elemental resist, and you just can't get through. You can't do enough. Well, switching your entire build before was a hassle, but you could have a build slot set up for that ahead of time. So you get walled by a boss like that, you on your next attempt you just switch and you're good, and then you can switch back when you're done. Or if you're playing a melee build and there's a specific melee weapon you need to use to be able to hit a boss, like let's say you're running around with Stonebreaker, but you're against something that you have to use World's Edge to hit, you just loadout change. Instead of being like, okay, I'll compromise and only swap my weapon so I don't have to swap all my other slots. You don't have to deal with that hassle anymore. And that's cool. That's very welcome. Can loadouts just be standard practice in game UIs, please? It's the end of 2023 already. I feel like it's something we should start expecting as a baseline. I don't think that's too crazy of an ask. Definitely don't need weapon spread over here. Oh, mod duration? Surely no. Let's go range damage. Fire rate. Fire rate. And because I'm Prime Perk Alchemist now, I can pop additional concoctions. I could strong drink to drop down to normal roll for my weight bracket, but not really feeling the need to do that right now. Mod power gen could be nice, but I think I'll go with the Shield Steam Darksider for movement speed. We'll see how this feels. Loadouts are the biggest QOL in any good game, honestly. They're just so difficult to like, how do you create a case against loadouts is the thing. What do they hurt by being there? It's just, it makes people more willing to experiment with the different things in your game, which means more of the resources you used to make all of those things did something people got to experience. It's just, they get more value out of your game. They get to play your game more. I feel like the reason a lot of people don't switch builds in a lot of games is just the hassle of getting each individual slot to what it needs to be. If they have everything available, just let them equip it with a button press. I always forget how long concoctions last. On Alchemist, they're 2 hours, which is helps with the game had a scrap economy issue very early on, where players are just kind of consistently resource starved. Fortunately, they've done a lot to address that, and it's a lot better nowadays. Love it. Into the lore story at all, I really know that much. I like it. I didn't really care too much about the lore until Remnant 2, but they presented it in a way that got me interested. If you try this, amulet gives you flat DR the more concoctions you have active. Yeah. Unfortunately, at Clementine. Unfortunately, it seems to those two seem to wear off when you die. So it could lead to you spending way more on concoctions. But it is a good effect. I remember us going through the story of Rem 2. It was confusing at first, had us hooked all the way to the end, started digging to figure out what it meant. Yeah. I definitely saw more lore discussion post Rem 2 than From the Ashes. Seen one argument from devs of other games to why loadouts don't get added. Apparently a lot of cases they can mess with save files somehow. Yeah, that seems like an answer that I'm like, I don't know how much of that I buy. Destiny's one of those games that struggles with it. That's interesting. Not the cloner. Don't do me like that. No bully. I'm just a little guy. Don't you kill me with me. You're so fucked once I shoot all of these 32 arrows. Just you wait. That was unexpected. Ooh. I need to dump my ammo. I was hoping not being Gunslinger would lower my ammo capacity enough that this wouldn't be a problem, but I need to remember to dump it before fights. We're gonna run around doing this for a minute. 'Cause I'm trying to do something specific. Owner like an especially toxic version of a breeder. Owner makes a copy of you that just tries to punch you in the face a lot. So exactly what a clone of me would do. Now the problem's mod gen. If I want to sync this up with my weapon mod, that kind of creates a problem. Let's see how it does without it. It's funny. Yeah, just deplete ammo before fights.
Holy hell.
I need to be sitting at this this 2 ammo ballpark I'm in. Loadouts is a cryogenic character state, might mess with saves, but it shouldn't take long. Just build a list of attributes for a character, then convert them into equips later. Most games fit full character builds into a website. It's not that much info if it does time to sit and build a system. Yeah, like, Diablo 3 is able to do it. And that game has a fair amount of complexity. This game's able to do it. I don't get that much ammo. Okay, so wait, is the optimal way you play this just to not normally be doing bottom feeder, but then when your ammo gets low, just go into your menu, equip bottom feeder. That's probably the more efficient way to do it. We're just working with primitive, outdated technology for a game that demands modern. I don't know what I'm talking about, by the way. I'm just parroting popular opinions. It's speculating. And that's all those of us looking from the outside in can do.
What happened here?
I wonder if things like that have made Sony / Bungie reconsider that idea that they're not doing a third Destiny game. Like, you sure? Like, you could probably get back on that gravy train if you just, like, make a modern one. And maybe it has the whole game in there at once. Game's pretty free. Unless you know how programming actually works. Yeah, obviously if you have experience in programming such things, experience in the field, then it could be more than speculation, for sure.
There you are.
Me, I'm not an expert, so grain of salt.
Yeah.
Seems like a fresh start would be great for the community. But Jaybridge, didn't you know? Destiny 2 got nominated at the Game Awards for Best Community. Best Community Interfacing or something is like the category. Like, surely they know what the community wants if they're up for a Game of the Year nom for it. Right? In seriousness, the biggest thing from the outside in, from my perspective, is it's the same reason I'm against the idea of something like, you know, a Destiny-esque Borderlands game. And I know I frequently use Borderlands as a point of reference, but it's something a lot of us here have in common, so we can, you know, bounce off of that easily.
They're here.
I don't want parts of the game I enjoy to arbitrarily be unavailable to me.
I'm out. It's nothing.
It's really that simple.
Get the outsider. This one's mine. Monster. No escape now.
Wait, am I dead? Oh, wow. That did enough damage to just kill me outright? I didn't even notice. Skill issue. bow's purdy. It is. It is. As much as I like the transference tech here, I think I need something more useful. Like, if I went... I want Shielded Strike. That'd be a little squishy sometimes. I feel like I'm missing something. I don't quite know what. Maybe I don't need Departed for extra damage. A little more reload speed would be nice. Just like a little more. As a treat. Because I've been good. Go with the flat reload from Wind Hollow. So it's unconditional. Crescent probably remain as my top bow design for any game, honestly. It's very cool. It's extremely powerful. All we ever hear from individual devs anyway. They say the Tiger Engine is the most counterintuitive thing in the world for what they need it to be. More reason a new entry would be good business. I wonder if the, like I said before, the acquisition, I wonder if that changes any of the plans there. Boomstiff. What are you getting staggered by? Is it the fire that's not doing damage to you? That seems like a skill issue.
Watch out! They're on! The Dryad will never submit!
It bothers me that the round down of relic charges. Unless I used one and forgot about it. Maybe I did. Oh, hi. That's what I didn't pay attention to.
You're dead now!
I need to have less ammo. That's how many syringes are in consumables. Man's about to become a Fallout junkie. Listen, you need your Psycho Jet. You need your buff out, you need your Med-X. For being honest, you probably do need a Radaway for all the Nuka-Cola you're gonna drink. Mentats just to complete the set, just because you can have them. Ouchies. That was just bad timing. You got me, bro. Can I test this on you, or are you just gonna kill me? Just let me shoot my bow at the ground like 15 more times. Oh. Wasn't expecting that. But how, though? Okay. It's very funny. I cannot say that this is practical just because of how difficult it is to stay at low ammo with this gun. It's very difficult. What else is good here? Max ammo 27 on that. That'd be even more difficult. No, it wouldn't be. 27 versus 38. Right, never mind. I guess Coach Gun could be funny. How's the fire rate on Coach Gun, though? Not great. Worth thinking about. Worth thinking about. This build's supposed to be a focus round. They're just doing some testing. What are we looking for here? So basically, this this mutator down here, bottom feeder, once per minute, when you completely run out of ammo, you get 5 seconds of infinite ammo. Now, this is not infinite reserves. This is infinite, you just shoot. So, with the bow, this becomes, you don't need to draw another arrow, you just... And it's funny. Just kind of messing around with that. There's definitely more efficient ways to be using it. But I thought this was cool. I also have this double barrel, just for when I need to shoot things in a more serious manner. Need to stop reflexively picking up ammo as well. Crossbows work the same way? Yeah. Crossbow should work the same way. Probably try the Widowmaker as well. Crossbow and Widowmaker have the advantage over this of having that open mod slot. Royal Hunting Bow could do the same as well, of course. Also being a bow. Where did I just get ammo from?
You won't get away with that.
That's the whole thing. You aiming for hardcore Apoc? No, there's no hardcore rewards above veteran. So you get reward for hardcore survivor, reward for hardcore vet, and rewards for Apoc, but nothing for hardcore Apoc. The hardcore rewards are pretty cool. I was surprised they didn't do hardcore nightmare rewards. I get why they didn't. It was definitely to be inclusive in combat with whom? It was definitely to be inclusive. um, to people who want to be able to build craft all things in the game, but hardcore is a tall ask in a game with no pause button in particular. So I do kind of stand by the decision to keep hardcore for bragging rights above the standard difficulty. Scaling for Apoc is meant for full builds too, though. Yes and no. Fresh character Apoc, depending on what you're doing, can be easier or harder than established character. It's all about the level scaling, which means more than the difficulty. You can still trivialize early game Apoc by knowing what to use and what not to level, but it's harder. How much is certain. Let me put that there. I'm gonna overwrite that slot. I'll switch to my actual setup I run. Here we go. Actual build time. It's gonna do fresh Apoc when I did some research on level scaling, all that kind of seemed a bit too overwhelming for me anyways. The biggest takeaway is leveling up your gear is disadvantageous to you in Apoc in a majority of situations. You want to stay on level with an area, but you don't want to force the game to start jumping ahead to match you or to stay ahead of you, because then you're burning your resources without a proportional gain, and you will hit a point where the enemies will be higher than you could be at that point without forcing a regrind. Basically, you want to get to the final boss with it as low level as possible, and it will try to be slightly ahead of you. So you can have, say, like a level 13 final boss, and then you just go upgrade your gear so that you're above level 13 and you have that inherent advantage when you would need it, rather than putting yourself at a constant disadvantage. It's a little counterintuitive. What are your thoughts on Annihilation? I think it's great. I think Annihilation is a much better final boss than Dreamer was. I think it was really, really cool, and I like that it's a boss that demands, hey, pay attention. That's it. It's mechanically very simple once you've learned it, but it requires you to learn it. Oh, I kind of forgot to sit for my relic charges, but I'm sure it'll be fine. I didn't plan well for this. I didn't plan well. Run it back. My mug's empty. I keep picking up my mug to drink from it. Really highlights the incredible sound design in this game. Sound design in this game, this is something I was talking about earlier. Sound design in this game is incredible. Sound mixing is terrible. It's crazy how we got such a gap. She wants to be in Diablo so bad. Let her cook. Let her live her dream. Ah, I dodged too early. So what I'm trying to do there is be greedy and like take a hit, then dodge a hit, then take a hit, then dodge a hit. Reason being I'm running Medic Prime perk, so occasionally taking damage lets me use my relics more aggressively, because I get them back from doing successful healing, but I need to take damage to do successful healing. So that was just me dying to my own greed. I watched where relics that. This is Tormented Heart. It's the one that does damage. So instead of healing me, it does an explosion that has lifesteal.
Is that all? No escape. Come on.
Ouch. I'll take advantage.
Fragile surface dweller.
There we go.
Holy hell.
Or like, how you just fix your broken arm because fuck you, that's how. It's so... It sounds so incredibly raw when you put it that way. I love Tormented Art. It's cool. I'm using, detonation trigger so that the explosion from it applies fire dots, and then enemies on fire take more damage from me, and enemies with any status applied to them take more damage from me, and then any dot I apply duplicates itself, and then any dot I apply does more damage and does that damage over a shorter window. Also, Tormented Heart's explosion goes through walls. And Challenger gets a damage buff and takes less damage for using the relic near enemies. So it's a whole pile of synergies. I just kind of get in the general vicinity of a group of enemies, and I say, I'm taking your life. And goes through walls. It's goofy. Yeah, there's a bunch of explosions that do. The Starshots mod Big Bang does it. Toxic Release Valve Amulet does it. Tormented Heart does it. Ritualist Skills Eruption and Miasma do it. Some of the faster clearing things, the Tremor mod does it. Some of the faster clearing things in the game just say, what's a wall? I want to play this game again. DLC just came out at an unfortunate time for me. Mid-late 2023, it's just such a crazy backlog of games that finding time to play anything in particular is a big ask. I totally understand. I still haven't played the Resident Evil 4 DLC. I bought it, still haven't played it. It's been months. I haven't started my Alan Wake 2 playthrough. That's something I've been looking forward to as well, but just finding the time among all the other games. Pretty crazy. Challengers, damage deals closer damage to, and so the next healing pool also counts as explosive. Yeah, so me placing my healing puddle lights things on fire. It's funny. Alan Wake 2, unironically the greatest horror game ever made. My game of the year over BG3. I think that if we're being objective, the only games that are nominated that have a legitimate claim to Game of the Year would be those two games. Excuse me, allergies. Based off of just reception at large, games industry impacts. For me, it's Baldur's Gate 3. But I haven't played Alan Wake 2 yet, and I can see even from a distance that it deserves to be nommed. Those are such powerhouses that shake up their respective genres. We had this discussion the other day. I'd love to hear the perspectives from some of you new friends. RPG as a term for like a games genre. It's kind of a meaningless term nowadays, isn't it? Because how do we define it? Character creation, branching choices, variable build elements, all of those things are present in other genres, and we had a more in-depth conversation about it, Priz. I mentioned you when we had this. Yeah, I don't think you were here. But like, everyone agreed it's kind of hard to define. Like, you have RPGs that have those things, you have RPGs that don't have those things, you have things that have everything on the list but are outside the genre, and things that have none of those things but are inside the genre. Like, what does it even mean anymore? I think in terms of BG3 being in the vein of, you know, classic CRPGs, all those interplay games in particular, you know, Black Isle sort of era, classic BioWare, all that stuff, it's in that genre, it's in the same boat as those, but like, what is the broader defining characteristic of an RPG? It's something interesting to think about. RPG, CRPG, JRPG, ABCD. It's very difficult to define an RPG in today's age. Can't say it's something I can immediately answer. Good food for thought. Yeah, like, genre classification is just such a muddy thing, and classification of anything in general, it's instinctive, it's ingrained in us to try to sort things, but I don't know if you really can effectively in this instance, in many instances in life, but in this one either. Another thing that I mentioned last time I had this conversation was the immersive sim genre. It's one of the newer genres. Most frequently, people refer to Arcane Studios games, you know, Prey, Dishonored, Redfall, those being immersive sim. But how does anything in those games evoke the term immersive sim? Like, you're not doing some sort of hyper realistic somebody's life sort of thing. You're not. It's not particularly character motivated. Like, those are coined as immersive sims. Yeah, that's what they're called. I have no idea why, but that's what those are called. I think the ability to roleplay is the unifying element all RPGs should share. Outside of that, it's too vague. How do we define that role-playing, though? Because we'll have classic RPGs that are firmly considered to be in the genre, that you have very little, like, your character either basically doesn't exist or is a functionally blank slate. Like a lot of Final Fantasy games, your character is just sort of a stand-in for you. Not all of them, but a lot of them. A lot of JRPGs in general. For some people, the characteristic will be, okay, well, I can customize this character. Well, you can customize your character in, like, Call of Duty and Halo nowadays. Those RPGs? Halo Infinite had an open world with non-linear progression. An RPG? It's hard to define these things. Depending on who you ask, the Souls games are RPGs or aren't RPGs. Here's one that really intrigues me. Are Pokemon games RPGs?
Come on.
I actually don't know what my own opinion on that is. What just spawned? Oomstuff. Huh? Ah, you. Let me up here. Come up here. Thank you. I feel like the troublesome thing of the question at hand is most franchises start incorporating elements we typically associate with the RPG genre, so they're not like fully joining into that genre. There's somewhat pseudo-assimilated, if that makes sense. It absolutely does. Bleed over like those genre barriers in terms of things included in games. It's bound to happen because games will cannibalize stuff that's normalized in the industry from successful releases. It's just kind of an inevitable thing. So you'll see franchises borrow from each other and from different genres. It happens. Absolutely. Are Harvest Moon, Stardew Valley, and the like RPGs? I have no idea. The cozy sim games like that, I have no experience with, so I have no idea how they classify. And yeah, I'm sure if you ask any two people who do play those games, they probably have some nuanced differences in their opinions as well. Maybe word it wrong. I mean, in the sense that a player can have choice and freedom, meaning between packs the game, just the way I see it, though. Oh, no. No one's saying you're wrong or anything, Heterox. I don't think that descriptor you applied is wrong at all. It's just, like, that is something, like Starlit Lily Prime mentioned, that's something you see in a lot of games now, even things we'd consider, like, outside the sphere of RPGs. So, like, is it an effective descriptor anymore? Because that's like the first thing that comes to mind for me. I want a narratively rich game with a lot of character-driven content, character-based storytelling. I want the ability to shape the world and the story with my own decisions. And I want the possibility for, like, my playthrough to look entirely different from someone else's. Summarizing in the broadest strokes possible. All of that exists outside of what we conventionally mean by RPG. Ow. What is my fire resist right now? Does it exist? It feels like it doesn't. It's a pickle. It's one that I don't think anybody's given a wrong answer here. I don't know if there is a right answer here. I think the only conclusion we can draw from this is that labeling game genres, much like labeling a lot of other things in life, is messy and inconclusive.
Scared of you? Hey!
Oh yeah, I'm supposed to check for the mansion tile. Did I get it? Oh, Vanguard. That's awkward. I'm lucky he has no health. Yeah, I'm lucky these guys have no HP. Question: should RPG by story impact have a different name to those that are RPG by build stat choices? I got no answer to that. Has to be a multitude of things: IMO, a character creation, many multiple choices, multiple endings, build customizations, moral choices, a few others I can't think of at the moment. Yeah, there's certainly a set of expectations we have, all of those things being on that list when we think of RPG. Like, if you're naming like a raw, unfiltered example of, hey, this is an RPG, then, you know, BioWare's game development catalog from like 1998 to 2014 is that, with a couple exceptions. But it's still a wide net. Still a wide net.
Take 'em out!
I think, like, I don't know, I'm kind of spitballing about this. It's a very intriguing discussion to have. I'm glad you enjoyed it. It comes down to two different subtypes of RPG. There's the non-linears, like Aquag just described, and there's linear RPGs where you become a set character in a set world whose choices may or may not affect the world. Do we have examples of each of those? Oh no, I have ad jail. Sorry.
Come. Outsiders, I knew it!
Hold that thought. Yeah, 1 second.
Stand together and fight!
Okay, we're back. Yeah, sorry about the ads. Yeah, do we have examples of each category? Because, like, there's going to be things that don't fit cleanly into either, and some that fit that shouldn't. Telltale visual novels are an interesting edge case of this discussion. Yeah, like, they're usually fixed characters, but lots of decision making, branching storylines, different outcomes, absolutely narratively driven to the point of almost not having gameplay at all. But they have their own genre. Like, what do we even call them? Visual novels? Is that the term I've heard tossed around? Like, I don't know. I'm wondering out loud just like the rest of you.
Oh, glad that's over.
Did I not get the tile again? Hoping. Real-time visual novel, yeah. Totally not a mouthful. Generally always seen them placed under visual graphic novel category. Okay, cool. I may as well just finish the run. It's only been 5.5 hours. It's fine. I don't even know what else I was gonna do today. Oh yeah, I do know actually. I'll still do it, Chris. I was gonna record some clips for that project. And thinking it's hard. We out here thonking. Two kinds of gamer. But yeah, this is the kind of stuff that occupies entirely too much of my brain's real estate. Sure you will. You forgot to cope. Just using my healing bottle offensively will never not be fun. Please don't miss out on Alan Wake 2, even if it's not your game of the year, it's still an unforgettable experience. Oh, I'm really looking forward to playing it. I was gonna start playing it this past week, but I ended up playing Remnant 2's new DLC way more than I anticipated I would. So like the time I would have spent playing that, I spent streaming instead. Oh, hi. Like normally I stream about 4 to 5 hours. I'm gonna be on hour 6 today by the time I'm done. And that's just been the norm for how long these Remnant DLC streams have gone. Play Alan Wake 1 in Control. Alan Wake 1, it happened long enough ago that I do not remember details. I did, but this was a long time ago. I do not recall anything other than the broad strokes. Control, I did play recently. A year and a half ago? Year and a half, something like that. Maybe it was 2 years. Might have been 2 years. Relatively recently, I played Control. So that one's fresh in there. TLC do be pretty good. It's just, Remnant's got this way, Calmer, of like destroying my sense of time. Like, I'll just be playing and thinking and I'll move on to something else in the game and then I'll look down and, oh yeah, it's been 5.5 hours. Not a lot of games can do that. Based on everything that's been said, I'd be willing to slap the RPG title in the Batman Arkham series. You know, that. Yeah, like, how do you not? I can't argue with that. It fits the on-paper descriptions. And by extension, that would make like the Insomniac Spider-Man games fit the same because they are in the exact same, like they're cast from the same mold. But I don't think of them as RPGs. So what do we do with that? Play through Alan Wake 2, need someone to indulge your psychotic ravings. You try to piece together the game, you just wait, I'll try to be here. I feel like it's definitely something I'll want to nerd out and discuss with other people who've experienced it. Yeah. Almost as applicable as the word game at this point. Yeah, yeah. Good games are passionate about will do that to you. Happens to me with a lot of my childhood games that I stay in touch with. Just get lost, I'll tab out, realize when I go from 4 p.m. to 3 in the morning. Yeah, I definitely have that experience with games I do have those nostalgic attachments to. It's somewhat rare that new games do that for me. It's like usually one game a year. But 2023, that happened with a bunch of games for me. And that's something I'm pretty excited about. Has me all the time with generally with any RTS. I'm a strategy fiend in all these kinds of games. I grew up watching my dad play Command and Conquer and Warcraft. Not World of Warcraft, Warcraft.
Real pretty. Yeah, I don't trust this place.
One of the first games that I sank a lot of time into instead of doing schoolwork in high school was StarCraft 2. In the high school window, I was playing more RTSs than I have the rest of my
Here they come.
gaming time. First game I ever played was Pokemon Blue. So those kind of games were early childhood. I didn't get into RTS stuff for myself until around 14, 15. And I haven't really played any recently. I'm so envious of people whose parents played games. Gotta be so cool if his parents just get it. My dad still plays. He's shit, how old is he? He'll be 68 soon. He's still gaming. I'm fairly certain he's probably playing The Last of Us right now.
Okay, this is it.
Like 9 playthroughs of each game. Uncle introduced me to Command and Conquer General. Yes, I have so many memories of that game. Pretty sure I still have a copy somewhere. I've been hooked on that franchise. Dad introduced me to Warcraft 3 and StarCraft 2. Still connected to all 3 franchises today. I have a catalog of custom games on the latter 2 in case I find people to play them with. Dad and stepmom got me into WoW when I was 6. That's awesome. It's really cool to have people close to you who can share that interest with you. Just in general. And for people who didn't grow up with family members who have that, or who don't have family members who have that now, it's okay. Adopt me. Adopt me. To, like, whatever relevant position. I'll do it for you. Fine, I'll do it myself. .jpg. A dungeon keeper for childhood RTs, then AoE for school years. Good times, should play more RTS. Kid grew up with Halo, Warcraft, and StarCraft. First online game I ever played was Halo 2. I flipped a Warthog and immediately got cussed at by everyone online and started crying. Vivid memory. sounds way more traumatizing when I explain it like that. Or Quaglet. He turned out okay, I think. I grew up as Atari was fading and the NES was still new. And some old games that whipped my ass as a kid that I like to run back for some vengeance. Yeah. I could relate to that. I still have a grudge against Kirby. This was a bit before the Halo thing. I was a little bit younger than I was in that story, but the first time Kirby, I deserve that. First time Kirby ate me in Super Smash Bros. Melee, I was horrified. I was confused. I didn't know that was a possibility. I just saw Pikachu get devoured by some eldritch being. I haven't trusted Kirby since. That was I don't know, like 21 years ago, something like that. So I'd like to run back some Melee and get revenge on Kirby. I haven't played Melee in a minute. So jealous I never got to play the Dungeon Keeper games. I love watching stuff about it. Then I found the Dungeon series. First ever online was WoW. It's fun to surprise people in PvP when they found out that the 6-year-old played a BM Hunter and nuking people in the Gulch
Great
Basin.
or bad news?
Yeah, like, people's reactions to getting dunked on by a kid. That had to have been very satisfying. The year-old moment of the day. Or WoW players don't know it came from an RTS. I mean, there's legal adults that were born after WoW was released, who have been adults for a year. Time does interesting things, man. Time is a lie made up by corporations. Based. Got some funny stories from way back, vanilla from 06. PvP for generally most of the day after coming from school. Favorite is a Arathi Basin story from like early 07. I have very little WoW knowledge. I played for like a couple months during the Legion expansion. That's the only time I've ever played WoW. So area names and stuff are whoosh, but I get the basics. Continue. Brother and I have always been gamers. He's super hippity hoppy, and I'm more played into the ground, hyperfixating type, so we're hardly ever playing the same game. Yeah, I am more of the hyperfixating type as well, Purple Panda. I definitely relate to you there. And if I'm just gonna open up my Steam real quick. So Remnant, I have 420 hours. Not funny. Baldur's Gate 3, I have 850 hours. Yes, Baldur's Gate 3 that came out 3 months ago. Yeah. Yeah. Uh, Sometimes I fixate.
No, it is not. If you shall not offer without proper tribute, you make yourself an enemy to me. None has challenged me and live.
Looking forward to Borderlands 4 whenever that finally comes out. I want them to take their time with it. It's something that I'll be excited to have my hands on when it happens, but I do not want it to be soon. In fact, an announcement of it happening anytime soon would be a red flag to me. So I'm more than willing to wait. Lil bro really thought he was gonna do something. I just love disrespecting the Red Prince.
I'm glad that's over.
Something about it feels fitting. It's like 1,000 in DS3. Dark Souls 3 or Dead Space 3? Or Darksiders 3? I don't know which DS3. I'm assuming Dark Souls. Arathi Basin's the first domination style PvP map. Got a bunch of different places, capture points till one team wins. Alliance is like halfway to fully surrounding us. Horde basically only had a middle capture area secured. Little almost 7 years old me as a troll BM hunter sat there and let a whole guerrilla squad of other hunters in much better PvP gear. They just decided to put a little faith in one crazy teammate saying, just trust me. So you're saying you want let me cook? Iconic. That's great. First online gaming memory for me was a dial-up Duke Nukem 3D multiplayer lasted like a minute before crashing. How far we've come. I'm cool with it coming out in like 2027 or something. I'm itching for it though. To be a content machine for that. I love it. I love it. Yeah, it's definitely gonna be a thing that consumes my life for a while. For those of you just meeting me today, I have about 7,500 hours in Borderlands 3. When Wonderlands came out, it was the only thing I streamed for like 4 months, doing like minimum 6-hour streams every day. 6 days a week. Yeah. Is this game like Returnal? I haven't played Returnal. Priz, are you still here? Priz loves Returnal. My understanding of Returnal is that it's a roguelike, and this game doesn't have much in the way of roguelike elements right now. Although the previous game, Remnant from the Ashes, did have a post-launch mode introduced, survival mode, which was a roguelite mode. So that was a lot more like Returnal. But I think there's still more dissimilarities than overlap. Returnal and Remnant 2 are two of the most fluent third-person shooters I've played. Love them both. You play them very differently. It's more Souls-ish. Actually, really like Wonderland's Cast Chambers or Bitter Metal DLC. Pitfall base game is really great. For me, as a build crafter who, you know, hyperfixates, as we've established, and I really like doing that build refinement in an endgame content space, Chaos Chambers were crafted for, like, people who play exactly how I do. But if you're not that, even by like a couple of degrees off, it was more than likely an absolute miss for you. So I get that it didn't work for a lot of people. I still like that they did the experiment. I think it was a smart decision for them to do a lot of the experimental stuff they did with Wonderlands in a new IP to create that buffer so they could, you know, take notes from the stuff that worked and take notes from the stuff that didn't. Loved it until they brought it past 20. The thing with that is, they were always optional. Higher chaos levels, always optional. There was no new content behind it, which for some people, that was the problem, that there was no new content with it. But it was just an expansion on itself. Their post-launch content for Wonderlands was all expanding what was there rather than adding a new thing, if that makes sense. Like, the mirrors were new bite-sized content slices that were really just like expansion packs for the Chaos Chamber. So if the Chaos Chamber itself didn't work for you, then those didn't work for you. Further Chaos cap increases were, hey, you get a lengthier progression in the same thing, but if that original thing didn't work for you, then it doesn't work for you either. You get what I'm getting at? This guy's rather dumb question. It wasn't a dumb question at all, Autumn. It was a good question. Like, I think the largest difference between something like Wonderlands and something like Borderlands 3 is Borderlands 3 checks a lot of boxes for a lot of people. It has a lot of different ways to play the game from an activity option standpoint.
All right, come and get some.
Whereas with something like how Wonderlands was designed, obviously a smaller game with less content to begin with. It was never going to be as big. But no ability to replay the story on a character. Very little reason to do any item acquisition outside of the chamber. Once you've done all the quests once, it's like, if you don't feel like playing Chaos Chamber, you're probably just going to play a different game. And for me, again, for my weird, I like to stare at skill trees as much as I like to actually play brain, it was okay. But I get for a lot of people it wasn't. Enjoy the raid bosses though. Yeah, those were some well-crafted boss encounters. I enjoyed that a lot. Of Chaos Chambers more than save good farming. They do get old after a while. Therein lies the problem, yeah.
Okay, this is it.
I think it's pretty clear that the approach that has the most support from the most camps is something like BL3, where they just cast a wide net, where it's like, you got this activity lets you do this, and then this completely different activity lets you do a completely different thing. It's a lot of it is in the presentation, because even though Chaos Chamber itself has a lot of variation in how one run can look, in fact, there's so much variation you could have never seen the same run twice. It's all through one lens, so it feels like there's less. Like, you know, when you're starting a Chaos Chamber run, you're starting a Chaos Chamber run, and it's gonna follow that structure, whereas over in BL3, it's like, okay, I feel like doing an arena, let's do Slaughter Shaft. I feel like doing a takedown, let's you know, let's pop in Malon takedown. I want more of a challenge this time, let's do Guardian takedown. Having options. Even if you don't end up using a lot of those options, having options still feels good. I need to open that door. Forgot. Multi-classing is really fun. Spells are great. Spin on grenades. Having melee weapons finally was superb. Yeah, all that was lovely. I actually got my start on YouTube for me, and first to find those guys. Wonderland's gonna hold a special place in my heart. Nice. Yeah, you've got that that fond memory to look back on. Did like the spells multi-class? Yeah. Love the idea, but the fact that it was the only endgame featured. Forced repetition. Repetition kills everything, just a matter of time. I'm gonna push a little bit back on that, because the genre is inherently repetition. Like, no matter what you're doing, unless you're one of the people who goes through the story once and then moves on to another game, which, if we're being perfectly honest, is a majority of consumers of a majority of games, you're doing repetition in some way. For some people, it's farming. That's their preferred form of repetition. For some people, it's challenge runs, one-lifes, which is repeating the same story you've already done, with stipulations on it. For build crafters, you're likely to be in the activities, which is you're just repeating those with different setups, etc., or sometimes the same setups, and you're doing a time trial sort of thing where you're trying to simply do it faster. Repetition is the point. But if you have a very narrow slice of presentation of those options, then the repetition can feel like you don't have a say in your gameplay experience. And something that's always going to feel better in game design is players having choices. So a big thing with content design like Wonderlands, where it's a game that we all have to accept going in, there was always going to be less content. There's less game there. It's in an off year, it's a spin-off into a new IP. It was always going to be less. Having that smaller slice also be small in its variety of activity made it feel even worse. Borrowing a friend's analogy, it's like if you have a burger, right, in front of you, you got the buns, you got the patty, the lettuce, tomato, whatever you like to put on it. It's one thing. If you separate that out into its components, well, people who only like one of the components will be happy because they can go choose to consume that one thing. And the other options exist, they're just separated out. You have more choices even though it's the same amount of stuff. The packaging matters. Because, like, I don't do playthroughs of Lands games too often for, like, going through the story purposes. I don't derive much enjoyment from that. But it feels weird for it to not even be an option. Like, even if it's an option I'm not necessarily going to use often, I want it to be there. So stuff like having no New Game Plus in Wonderlands was weird. Majority of the gameplay loops is repeated dungeons. Yeah, yeah. ARPGs, MMOs fall into that area of it's repetition. That's fair. I think it just snapped at some point along the road while playing them. Totally understandable. Like, once a design choice has lost you like that, it's not gonna get you back, and you're just gonna have a negative opinion towards it. And I totally understand that. You are not invalid for that. I get it. That's how I feel about item farming in looters. I hit a breaking point after a certain amount of time, and now I just can't fucking stand it. I will do it for very short periods of time, but if you have a game that has a build crafty sandbox that I want to mess around in with a bunch of activities that I want to play and use all sorts of different builds in, if the barrier to being able to experiment is so prohibitive, so intentionally designed to waste time before being able to play rather than you play the game more, that's how you lose me. And everyone's got their own stipulations there. Game fans are not monolithic. Even people who have similar interests each have different expectations and different amounts of patience for different things. That's okay. Expectations aren't even consistent from one person. That's true. Pants grab to you too, Nunu. How you doing? Are you home? Have I been streaming that long? I think how you find loot and classes and remnants not my thing. I'd much prefer being able to naturally find a good majority of the game's gear without having YouTube or a wiki tab open. I know others love it. Yeah, for some people, the secrets hunting is part of the appeal. I think I'm aligning more with you on this one, where having access and then being able to go through the gameplay and the exploration with all of the build crafting tools being like reasonably obtainable, I would more prefer that, but I can see the appeal of the other way too. So I eventually just quit doing content consistently on WoW. I just got sick of it eventually. Granted, I've also been playing since I was born. Basically, this was bound to happen. Not happen. Knowing how I've grown. Yeah, repetition will wear thin at some point for most people, for most things. Sometimes all it takes is a break to refresh yourself. Sometimes you've just permanently tapped out. Like, there's some things that I consider some of the best games I've ever played that I have nothing but fond memories of, that if I'm honest with myself, I will never play again. No, they still exist and there's nothing stopping me from playing them. I'll never do it. Alright, Chief, gotta have an awesome conversation today. You're awesome. Have a really cool thing going on here. Hey, happy to have you, Hatterax. Great to meet you. Great to chat with you. Thank you for hanging out for so long. It's been an absolute pleasure. Tap out of MMOs years ago because I know I don't have the ability to invest time into them to play the way I'd really want to anymore. Same. Also, the aggressive monetization present in most MMOs, I know myself. I know myself. I have fallen down rabbit holes in that department before, and it is better for my quality of life if I don't do that again. My streamer. How you doing, Glenny?
Puny footsteps. I have killed putrid people. So make your peace. Come! I shall not.
He had to be elemental resist, huh?
You cannot hold on forever, insect. Another insect for my collection. Stay sharp, insect.
I forgot to look down. I looked. Oh, I did not look down. It was close. Skill issue. One true Conehead. On break. Let's go. I haven't played Borderlands or Wonderlands for a while. Recently started again once I found out people made save editors. So I actually try out builds and stuff without having to farm for hours. Yeah, I first started using save editors in Borderlands 3 around high 2000s for my hours, and then I put in another 5,000 since. It's kind of a subjective thing. Some people believe that not farming will remove the replay value, and that's because that's the content that, or the method of consuming the content that they most prefer. That is a subjective thing. I like the activities, I like the build crafting. So it's different for everyone. I was hoping I could get him before that, but...
Outsiders aren't welcome here.
Cool. Fun stuff.
Oh yeah! Oh yeah!
Hard deck burning before I was old enough to learn Magic Yu-Gi-Oh! Is all that stands between me and sanity. The thing that made me quit Magic the Gathering was, I was starting college. So I shifted focus, and then I just kind of had other things after that, like myself and the group that I played with became busy with life and adult stuff, and then that went on long enough that drifted out of contact. So then by the time I had the time to play again, I didn't really have enough of an active interest to seek out a new group to play with. That's the only reason that I didn't continue to play that much. I still occasionally picked up some cards over the years. In fact, I still have my deck right behind my monitor, just because it's there. I like looking at it sometimes. The takeaway is I'm a massive nerd. In case that wasn't apparent. But yeah, excellent stopping point. I've been live for a little over 6 hours. Thank you so much everyone for hanging out. Anyone who stuck around from K6's raid, I appreciate you. K6, you're awesome. I'll continue to sing your praises because you deserve it. Everyone else, pleasure having you as always. I plan on streaming more of this tomorrow, I think. Yeah. But y'all are great. Anyone live to raid and stuff and things? I don't normally stream this late this day of the week. Lazy's on for like 15 more minutes, right? Pilot's over on BL2. Pilot's doing a charity stream. He's farming 94 shams, I assume, in BL2. But he's raising money. Pilot's good dude. We'll go over there. I'm certain you all know him, but I'm a big fan of Pilot, and I think I've rode over there because of that. But thank you guys, I appreciate it. I had a lot of fun today. If you got my emotes, jiggle for Pilot. If not, that's okay too. And have a good one. I'll be live tomorrow. Bye bye.
XP each, because that would be the easiest farm in the world.